So I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. Maya, can you establish the quorum?
Yes. Trustee Brown, Trustee Cobo-Smith, Trustee Dr. Lathan,
Here.
Vice President Rocha,
Here.
President Hernandez.
Here. Great. So first on our agenda, we have a closed session. We have 6 items on our closed session agenda. We have item A, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, associate superintendent Dr. Camila Johnson, legal counsel Scott Holbrook, employee organization Antioch Education Association. We have item B, which is also a conference with labor negotiator with employee organization California School Employees Association, Chapter 85. Item C is also conference with labor negotiator, this time with employee organization Antioch Management Association. And item D, conference with labor negotiator, this time with employee organization Senior Management. Item E is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. And item F is stipulated expulsion. Do we have any public comments? No. Great, then we'll go ahead and go to closed session and return to open session at 7 p.m.
I got it.
All right. All right, call the meeting back to order at 7:28 p.m. Maya, can you help reestablish the quorum?
Yes. Trustee Brown, Trustee Cobo-Smith,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Lathan,
Here.
Vice President Rocha,
Here.
President Hernandez.
Here. So for closed session, there was no reportable action taken from the board. Moving on to the flag salute, Trustee Vice President Rocha, will you lead us in the flag
Of
salute?
course. Would you all stand, please? Place your hand on your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Someday!
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the land acknowledgement. Trustee Lathan, will you please read the land acknowledgement?
Antioch Unified School District acknowledges that we gather on unceded ancestral homelands of the Bay Miwok people. As guests, we humbly extend our gratitude to the Bay Miwok elders and community. We recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland, and we affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples. As the original stewards of this land, the Bay Miwok understand the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of maintaining harmony with nature. Likewise, Antioch Unified School District commits to teaching our school community how to be responsible stewards of this land.
Thank you. And next, we'll move on to the ceremonial oath of office for our new student board members. This is a really exciting item that we have here. When I first ran for school board back in 2020, this is one of the things that I envisioned. And in 2022, we had our first student board member policy, and it still took several years until today to actually get our students now here in front of us to have a say in the decisions that we're making as a school board. So this is historic, it's amazing, it's fantastic, and we are so excited to have more student voice to truly value what you all have to say in the decisions that we're making. You all are full board members just like us, so what you have to say, the questions you have are exactly what we need in these kinds of spaces. So excited to do the formal oath of office and to see the way that we continue to grow as a district. We do have one public comment on this that we'll take before we do the actual ceremony, and this is from Devin Williams.
What's up, y'all? Good evening. How's everybody? Good evening, community. Good evening, students. Good evening, the future. All right, so my name is Devin Williams. I am with Lift Up Contra Costa. I am going to tell you guys who else I am. I'm an oversight commissioner here in Antioch. I am the AXO chair for the Youth NAACP in our Pittsburgh and Antioch branch. And so I just wanted to say a few words for the youth tonight, and I would be remiss if I did not. So I am so happy to see that we decided to have student representation on this school board. I don't know why that took so long, but I'm happy it's here. Thank goodness. Thank you for championing it, every one of you. I want to give a special shout out to my friend here, Gianni, who I met not too long ago at a youth swearing in for the NAACP, and he can talk about everything and anything, and I was like, who is this kid? And I know his mom is just like, I'm so proud of you, right? So just a shout out to and congratulations to your family and everyone else that has been appointed. I also want to say just something I wrote last week. I just wanted to say, this moment is about change, it's about the future, it's about productivity, it's about encouragement, it's about uplifting. And we're in crazy times. It might be a little scary out in the world, but we see things like this that give us hope, and we see that the youth voice is continuously being uplifted. And we want you guys to feel supported, so when you need support, reach out. And that goes for all of you, all of us in this room. We're all kids at heart sometimes. I know I am. And I just wanted to say that To our school board trustees, thank you for bringing this forward once again. And I know one of our members is absent, but she really wanted to be here tonight. I know that because I know her. Live with her. But yeah, I'm not going to take up too much more time tonight. I just want to say congratulations to everyone and thank you.
Great. So with that, we'll go ahead and do the actual ceremonial oath of office. Is there a particular way we want to go about doing that?
Yeah, we're gonna have introductions. We'll stand up and have you come, sir, to the front. And we're gonna call each of you up, and then our board president is going to read the oath, and you all will repeat, and you will be officially inducted as board members, new board members, student representatives, and y'all can find. I love those blazers. I wonder whose idea was that? If you all will stand, please.
I do like those blazers. They're nice.
Face that way. Just read this. And go on. Have them stand.
We'll have them stand and then have them repeat after me.
Yes, that's right.
All right, you guys ready? Raise your right hand. So I state your name.
I, Gianni Colwood,
Do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully serve
do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully serve
as a student board member of the Antioch Unified School District.
as a student board member of the Antioch Unified School District.
I pledge to enhance the student voice
I pledge to enhance the student voice
and to strengthen the connection between students and the governing board.
and to strengthen the connection between students and the governing board.
I will represent the perspectives, concerns, and hopes of my fellow students,
I will represent the perspectives,
concerns,
concerns,
and hopes of my fellow students with integrity, honesty, and respect,
with integrity, honesty, and respect,
with a commitment to equity, engagement, and excellence,
with commitment to equity, engagement, and excellence.
I will provide thoughtful input on matters
Thoughtful input on matters
before the board
before the board
and work to ensure that all students feel seen, heard, and valued.
and work to ensure that all students feel seen, heard, and valued.
I accept this responsibility
I accept this responsibility
with pride and purpose,
with pride and purpose,
knowing that through service and collaboration,
knowing that through service and collaboration,
we shape a stronger future for all students of AUSD.
we shape a stronger future for all students of AUSD.
Congratulations, you all are now. Great, so now, yeah, we'll have you each officially sign your ceremonial oath of office. So first, I will call up, and please, correct me if I say your name wrong, Carolyn Darden. She's out, okay. Next, we have Danny Bookout. And you'll sign right there. Wait, and this is now yours. Congratulations. And next we have Karen Bryant, sorry. Did I say that right? Kyron Bryant.
Oh, that's interesting. Hiram. Not key. K. It's a high. Hiram.
Congratulations. Next, we'll have Gianni Callwood.
That's all right.
Thank you. Congratulations. And next we'll have Kailani Torres.
Do a group photo. You want us
Yeah,
down?
yeah, the rest of the board too, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Which is better, whatever is better for you. You want us to sit and then they go behind us? Okay. Okay, there we go. Just get right behind us. Okay. Congratulations, Mijita. Congratulations. I saw your name. I saw your name on my list.
Open, yeah.
Oh, I better look.
Okay, and then just lower it so I can see that nice smart face. Okay, here we go. No worries, no worries. Here we go. I'm gonna take a few. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, y'all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Great. And maybe I'll give my colleagues, maybe if you want to say any words of encouragement or quick words of advice. Maybe Trustee Cobo-Smith, want to start us off?
I just want to say how happy I am that you guys are here. So I hope that every single one of you find your voice and make sure you keep us in check, okay? If we get out of line, you let us know.
Vice President Rocha?
It's exciting. This is an exciting time for all of us. Not only for you, but for us as well. Because now we have partners. Although we talked about you having the youth involved, we've never had that opportunity. And this board has finally brought it to the attention of the community. Thank you for being part of it.
Thank you.
Trustee Lathan?
I'm also excited and just very grateful that your voices will be heard, and that you will connect with your, your constituents, which are the students, and share, what folks are feeling and experiencing, and really help us make some decisions that are focused on the best interests of all the students. So thank you. And you're very brave also.
Dr. Williams, any other words of encouragement? I know that you all had a chance to talk during the orientation as well.
Yeah, I am super excited to see all of you here this evening. We had an amazing time at the orientation. They got a chance to sit in your seats physically and then also to ask us questions. We have prepared them for this evening so they come ready to engage and to have their voices elevated in the conversation and in the business of the district this evening. So congratulations to each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I just want to encourage you all to be confident in your perspective that you bring and in the insights that you bring to this role. You all are actually at the school sites 180 days a year, 7 hours a day. We're not there at that time. So you all have the deepest, richest experience of anyone in this room. So I encourage you to ask the questions that are coming to mind, because we probably have those questions, to say the things that are coming to your mind, because you have that direct experience. Just because we have you a little bit further away doesn't mean, again, that you're not full members of the board. We're just having like some space issues, and as we work to update the room, like we want you here sitting with us to feel like you're part of the conversations that we're having here. So as we figure out space and issue things, please know that, please jump in, ask those questions, participate. This is as much of an opportunity for us to gain deeper insight into what's going on in our schools as it is also a learning experience for all of you to understand what it means to govern, what it means to look after the needs of 15,000 students and several thousand other employees. And so, and a community, right, of 120,000 plus people who are impacted by this education system. So the things you say are both very important, but I don't want that to keep you from feeling like you can speak and share the things that are coming to your mind. So again, congratulations. This is amazing. It's historic, and you should be very proud to be here. And we're all looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll continue on with the rest of our agenda. We have item F, the approval of the August 13th, 2025 regular Board of Education meeting minutes.
I move approval.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was that from our students as well? Yeah, no, please jump in. Like you are voting members here. By ed code, your vote does not count towards the final decisions, but we want to know like what you're voting and what your thoughts are and things. So please feel free to jump in there with eyes for those things. So with that, motion passes. Moving on to item G, approval of the August 27th, 2025 regular Board of Education meeting. If there's no comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve those meeting minutes.
I move approval.
Second?
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. And the motion passes. And then lastly, item H, approval of the September 10th, 2025 Special Board of Education meeting minutes. Unless there's any questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I move approval.
Second?
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Next, we'll move on to our superintendent's report. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Williams.
Thank you. Again, this is the month of really elevating student voice in our community. I would like to invite Dr. Wisely. I saw her, Dr. Wisely. Dr. Wisely, and I also would like to publicly thank Dr. Wisely for serving as an advisor to our student trustee board members, and then also to the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. And so this evening, we will introduce, you can see our team here with the powder blue t-shirts on representing Antioch Unified School District. Our students also from each of our school sites will be meeting with our student trustees regularly to provide feedback. They will have meetings, and also they will give us, the board, give you, the board, feedback in terms of things that they feel are going really, really well in AUSD, and then also things that we can do better, and then come up with innovative ideas. And so we are so proud to introduce to you the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee members. Dr. Wisely.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and good evening, school board. We are so proud of our students. I'm going to ask that our student advisory please come forward. And if you can tell them in the hallway, we have a few student advisory in the hallway. Let's bring them forward. They have a short remarks for you, and they want to share with you what we discussed in our first meeting. And we have 4 students who have some prepared remarks.
And if you can look at the screen, you can see where we were very engaged in our conversation around why we love Antioch Unified School District so much. And then also the students raised 3 topics that they believe are very essential for for all students in the community to thrive, and so that is what you will hear this evening as they report out. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Dr. Williams. My name is Azanet, and I am an 8th grader at Orchard Park School. Thank you for having us here tonight. We're really proud to be part of the Superintendent's Council Student Advisory Council, where we help make sure students' voices are heard in Antioch Unified. Last Monday, our council had its first meeting to talk about things that really matter to students, like bullying, harassment, and mental health. Tonight, we want to share some of those ideas with you.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Christian, and I'm an 8th grader at Park Middle School. Here are some of our recommendations. We think schools should have anonymous reporting boxes for bullying and mental health, so students can ask for help without being scared. We'd like to see information and reminders about mental health and anti-bullying resources, so everyone knows where to go if they need support. We hope peer advocate programs can be expanded to every school so students can help each other and make our schools stronger. We'd like counselors to respond faster, have weekly check-ins, do more outreach for students who need extra help, and have more therapists available. In class, we want our teachers to avoid singling out or embarrassing our students. Let's work at our own pace when possible and build stronger connections with us. And we want to make sure every student with disabilities feels included and understood, so everyone feels respected. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Zaya White. You guys have seen me before. I'm back! I'm also an 8th grader at Park Middle School. We're really thankful for the chance to share these ideas and to work with these district leaders to make things better for all students. Thank you for listening to us and supporting student leadership. We'd also like to let you know about some upcoming meetings and events. Our next Advisory Council/Student Board meeting is November 12th from 3:45 to 5 p.m. at the District Office Boardroom. We'll also meet February 25th and April 29th. Plus, on October 14th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Antioch High's Beatty Auditorium, student leaders will help lead a discussion after the film Counted Out, Math is Power. We hope you can join us for this special event. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Naomi. I'm in 8th grade at Antioch Middle School, and thank you for supporting us. I hope you understand how we're coming from. We just want a chance to make our school a better place. We want it to be safe, and so people feel respected, so people feel like they can talk to one another. We look forward to reporting back to our future, share our future discussions, and have a positive impact on our schools. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Should we have them in the back? You guys, let's go in the back and let's get a photo with the board.
And as you can see, they jumped right in and they started to work, and they also provided us not only with topics, but also solutions, possible recommendations. And so we look forward to continued work and continued success together. Thank you. Yes.
Where I say uncomfortably close, so I can get all y'all in there. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you.
She is a leader.
Look at the leaders.
Just make it a little down. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and one more because I can. 1, 2, 3. Thank y'all. That looked good.
And just a final note, so here's your leadership team for the student trustees. You will also attend, and not only attend the meetings, we will also do our a joint agenda We will meet and plan the agenda for the Superintendent Advisory Committee. And then also through the student trustees, we will bring forth recommendations and ideas. So looking forward to the collaboration very soon. And once again, we are excited and super proud of each and every one of you and your leadership journey. Thank you. All right. And there are our school board members. We had an opportunity in collaboration with Pittsburgh Unified School District to host the Historically Black College and University Fair. We have our students. Yay! The event was hosted by both AUSD and PUSD. Next year, it will be here in our home, and so we're excited about that. But we are pleased to report that 180 of our students were in attendance, with half of them earning a scholarship and or acceptance to at least one of the colleges present. Woo! 10 of our scholars earned full rides, so those are full scholarships if they do decide to accept the offers that were made. And then I just want to highlight too, I believe we had 8 offers from Bidwell made to our students and our scholars from Bidwell High. So congratulations, scholars. Keep showing out for AUSD. That concludes this month's Superintendent report. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
All right, and one final note under the superintendent's report, so I caught myself. As we understand, the community is very critical to the work that we do, and we like to honor those who find themselves always giving their time to us, to our students, to our mission, and we would like to start honoring each and every one of you. So at each board meeting, a principal will highlight a volunteer from their school to recognize and also to thank them publicly during this time for their great service to their community, to our community at large, and most importantly, to our students. And so I'd like to invite up now, we want to start with Antioch High School in Antioch Unified. And we have, come on, our principal. Come on, John.
Hello, welcome. I should say thank you for welcoming us here. We're very excited to be here today. We are going, my name is John Gimno, principal of Antioch High School. Thank you guys for all having us. We love to shout out people that are doing great things in our schools. Today we're going to acknowledge the Bridge Builders program because, you know, I know we work with them and we contract them, but they go far above beyond what our contract says they do. And real quick, before I introduce the two of them, it's a testament when people work at your school because they get paid. It's a difference when you could tell when people are there because they want to be there to help your community. And that's what these two people bring to the table. They don't just come here to work. They come here to invest in our students and help our staff to grow our students and help them find their way. So we want to acknowledge Bridge Builders, and we have with us tonight, we have Tajanique Bell. She is she's a program coordinator right now for Bridge Builders at Antioch High School. And we have Marie Irving. She is an intervention specialist here at Antioch High School. Not only do they do restorative circles on our campus, one-on-one check-ins to provide student supports for conflict and re-entering the school community after suspension or any other discipline issues. They tutor students after school. They tutor students when the kids are struggling in the classroom. They provide any academic support needed. They prepare students for college and career, and they are really engaged in our parent communities of some underserved families that don't usually engage in our communities. They do an outstanding job of tapping into those communities. Also, on the side note, Ms. Taj, on her own, without even getting paid, I finally said, you have to take something for this. She started up a dance group at our school. And what do they call themselves now? They changed the name, I heard, no?
Oh, majorettes, but since we're Panthers, Pantherettes.
So we got the Pantherettes at Antioch High School now. But she started this, and she was working with students that were not involved in anything, and she's got this growing and growing and growing. So I just want to give them a ton of credit because they put their heart and soul into it, and you can feel it, you can see it, and I'm very appreciative of the work they do with us. So thank you guys so much for allowing us to recognize them. We would like to present you with this certificate of appreciation.
Yes.
And we also, and on this certificate too is the founder, Shimon Wright, who was my student when he was in 8th grade, and now he's founded this program. So his name's on the certificate as well as the founder. So we'll do a little picture.
And thank you, Principal Jimno. We appreciate all of the work that you've done to support, and we will sign that. That's great. But I just want to make sure that we acknowledge you in your work that you do on a daily basis. We appreciate you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, Bonnie. And we just keep coming, Bonnie Basula.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Superintendent Williams. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm Bonnie Basola, principal of Diablo Vista, and I'm here tonight with my PTO president, Bianca Nugget. She joined us only a couple of years ago in Antioch, and she immediately got involved in the community. She came out, went to her first PTO meeting, and suddenly she was the president. She also ran that same year to be on our school site council, so she's already done 2 years at that. She is a busy mom of 2 young children. She has full-time employment, so we really appreciate that she has gone the extra mile to be involved at Diablo Vista. When there's something coming up, she's there. When we did the in-cust audits and we needed parents interviewed, she's there. When we're having picture day, she'll be there. So we just really appreciate Bianca and wanted to recognize her tonight.
Thank you. I'm going to make sure you get that, and thank you to Principal Paul.
I think she's going to want one with it. Sorry, I've got a couple things. I'm also here for the bus tour. Do you want me to stay for my slide, or do you need to call me separately?
We'll call you separately.
Okay, great.
Thank you so
We're going to
much.
let her go home, but she's part of our slide, too.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now this concludes the superintendent's report. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. So next, moving on to item 5, school reports. We have our back-to-school update, and I'll turn it over to Christina Barra, our Associate Superintendent of Ed Services.
All right, good evening, everyone. We have from our very last round of the, we're trying to get it up there. Last round from the Magic School Bus, we got to tour the remaining schools as well as our kitchen, our cafeteria, the central kitchen at Deer Valley High School, and we have wonderful things to share with you this evening about not only that visit, but also the first months of school. So if I can welcome up the first school, which is Sutter Elementary.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Erickson. I'm the VP at Sutter Elementary. I'm excited to share with you guys an update of what we've been working on this fall. We did send a staff team of 6 to our solution tree training to strengthen our PLC practices. Since then, our guiding coalition has met 4 times, focusing on the 6 essential characteristics of a PLC. Our conversations have centered around identifying where we're at in each of those characteristics and then planning our next steps through the cycles to continuously improve instructional practices. Our professional learning teams at grade levels have each selected 3 guaranteed standards in English and math, and we're using common formative assessments that teachers have created to guide instruction and determine our Tier 2 supports. We're doing continual progress monitoring so students can move in and out of intervention as needed. We have an intervention team in full effect. We have a reading teacher plus 3 reading aides. They are seeing 116 scholars every day for reading intervention. On top of that, we have teachers doing small group intervention in their classrooms. So we're doing a lot of supports for our students this year. We're excited. These efforts are going to help us show our commitment to building a collaborative culture. We're focused on student learning, we're reviewing data, and having a shared accountability to drive our instruction. I did want to touch base on Sutter is one of our, I think, 3 elementary sites that is implementing Avid Elementary. We're in year 2, but we are getting ready for our 5th college and career fair. So we're recruiting people to come and host a table for our 4th and 5th graders. They walk around, they talk to people in the community. The guests are host a table and they share prerequisites for employments in their fields, opportunities, continued education, salary ranges and advancement opportunities, and then what they find most rewarding and most challenging about their career. So it's definitely a good way to broaden our scholars' perspective, get them curious and let them know what their future holds, and make sure that we're preparing all of our kids for college, careers, and beyond, whatever they would like to do. We did post the flyer for recruiting people on our social media. It's on Facebook, it's on our Instagram. You can comment interested and I will reach out to you if you'd like to host a table. If you know someone that's interested, we would love to have you. We're hoping for a very wide range of different industries to come and talk to our scholars. In closing, I do have a scholar here tonight. I know he's a little nervous, but I'm going to introduce 3rd graders at Sutter Elementary, Mr. Ezra Eklund.
Hello, my name is Ezra Eklund, and I'm at Sutter Elementary. 3 words I would describe the school year are interesting, exciting, and challenging. It's interesting because we are learning new stuff we haven't learned before. It's exciting because math is exciting. I like to round to the nearest hundreds and tens. And it's a little bit challenging because the reading passages are longer, but I'm working hard on them. This year I'm really looking forward to learning more about science. Thank you for letting me share about my school year.
Thank you, guys. I'll send you an invite.
Good evening, board and Dr. Williams and everybody in the audience. My name is Johnny Silman. I am the principal at Lone Tree Elementary School. I do have Miss Marlene Jeans. She's one of our kindergarten teachers. And we have Tori Lalea. She is a kindergarten student who's going to speak in just a little bit. So some of our focuses this year stem over the last 2 years, really building school community. And in that, what it looks like for us is from day one, setting expectations of students, of staff, running through procedures, how we're going to get through the front gate, how we're going to be in the cafeteria, eating our breakfast, on the playground, in the classroom, helping to create that seamless school year. We are also building community with our families. We had the top ice cream social was back in August. Tomorrow we're doing our paint night with our PTA, so that's another fun event. Last year, our staff really wrapped our heads around how to support students with building the relationships and then also being their best scholarly self. And what we did this year was we are partnering with Jen Lynn Whaley, the Wellness, Climate, and Culture Committee here in Antioch School District. And what we have brought, so far we've had 2 sessions of the trauma-informed and restorative practices. And what that looks like is staff learning how to really embrace the student voice. That's what we've heard tonight. And if students are having conflict, having circles in their classrooms and having their class meetings so that students get an opportunity to share what they're feeling, their experiences that are going on, and to oftentimes work through and resolve any issues that they have, and really providing a safe space for them to be heard. And so we're excited to be bringing that this year. We do have 2 more sessions, and then in the spring we'll follow up with 4 more. Our guiding coalition is a very well-rounded group. We have 3 teachers who represent each kinder first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade. We have a special ed teacher on our guiding coalition. We do have 2 classified members. And so we're excited to take what we learned at the conference and then put it into fruition at our site. One thing we have done so far is really working to implement the intervention block and looking at student data centered on our priority standards and assessments that align with them. We're looking forward to wrapping up our second cycle towards the end of October. We had our Guiding Coalition meeting today, and we said, what is that going to look like? Do we have assessments? What are we going to be using to know if our students are learning? And then what are we going to do when we know they've learned? And what are we going to do if they haven't? And so we're excited to be moving on with that. So right now, I'm also going to pass over to Ms. Marlene Jeans, board members and cabinet. When they did their school bus tour, half of them were able to have a visit with Ms. Jeans and her student.
First of all, I want to say I'm very honored that you invited us to come speak today, and Tori is accompanying me, and she's going to share her experience. When you visited, one of the comments that you made is that you were very impressed on the mobility that is worked into the classroom so that there is movement. The students aren't just sitting at a desk. In fact, we don't have any desks or tables where the kids sit. They selected a spot on the floor, and they do their work there. So it's to build in the movement. Everything is built in to the classroom day, and it's based on the movement that occurs in there. I have a little video so that you can get a feel for what it is that they saw. So this is when they set up in the morning, 24 kindergartners. I say, okay, set up, and then they go set up. Now, it's explicit instruction for them to get to this point. But on day 11, that's what you're seeing of kindergarten. So the movement begins the moment they get there. I do attendance, and then movement starts occurring already. So it's usually between 1 and 2 minutes for them to set up, and then they meet me back wherever I've asked them to meet me for the next lesson. So now this is an actual, I've already delivered the instruction. They're at their station doing their work. And the beauty of this is that they can sit in any style that they want. They can sit crisscross.
And now you're putting it on top of the chart so you know which ones are completed already. And great teamwork here.
There's a lot of teamwork built into the lessons and then individual work. And what I'm trying to do is simulate the real world where you work in teamwork and individual projects.
Place them on top of the chart to show what was completed and what's left. Good job.
And then this is an example of individual work, but they're all at the same table. So in what I call jobs, this is the real world. They have jobs that they conduct during the day, and it's all revolved around language and math. So if you look in there, there are 24 students doing 24 different activities, and this is kindergarten in the spring. Okay, and that is actually their menu where they select the job that they're going to do. This is mindfulness. It occurs every day right after recess and right after lunch, and this is to help settle their brain and their body from the active recess time. Sometimes the teacher joins because the teacher may need it as well. So I take it a little further than just the breathing because I am a yoga instructor, so I bring that into the classroom as well.
Remember that when we allow our body to relax, it gets your brain ready for more learning.
And then that's just our class logo. We're on Facebook because we actually have lots of teachers across actually different countries that follow our class. All right, so now I'm going to ask Tori some questions about what her experience is in our classroom. Tori, when we come into the classroom, after I take attendance, what do you do?
We set up our stations.
Okay, and where is your station? Who gave you that station?
We did.
They selected their station. And all the stations were set up so that there's a direct view to the board where if I need to project something. When we come back in for recess and we do our sight word trail, where do you go next?
We do our breathing time.
You do your breathing time, and that's about 3 to 5 minutes, and then I cue them on, sometimes I'm teaching like, oxygen's coming in, carbon dioxide is coming in, so I fit in whatever it is that we're learning about or just front load anything else. How does doing breathing time help you for learning?
It feels good.
Okay, and what does it do for your brain?
It makes me get more time to go to learning.
Yeah, it settles you down from recess, right? Yeah, so and overall, how does it feel? Is it a good feeling for you? Yeah, so, and during that time, I'm reminding them that they're in a safe space, that we're there to learn, and then I have actually music playing in the background. You could hear it on the video there. So it's a very calming time. And then, again, those are the yoga practices that I bring in to help them with their learning. So I switched to doing all of this and very hands-on, which I would say it's probably about 95% of the day is hands-on. Paper pencil is just a follow-up. What I saw it's been about 10 years since I switched to this style. Learning soared and the behaviors went down. So it's a win-win. And just like us, we're sitting here a long time today. Our bodies are probably saying, I'm ready to get up and move, right? Well, little kids, the same thing. So thank you for inviting us and letting us share that.
Thank you, guys.
And before we have our next speaker come up, I will interject real quick with the board here. We do have item 11E where we do have a speaker, and I did get notice that they only have a few, like about 15 minutes. So if it's okay with the board, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to move up item 11E. To interrupt our current item, and then we'll come back to this after we hear from the speaker that we have there. So I'll need a second on that one.
I'll second.
Great, so it's been seconded. So all in favor again of just adjusting our schedule real quick to hear from the speaker on item 11E and then return back to the back to school update. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And so the motion passed. So we'll move on to item 11E, and we'll get our speaker to share more about this. Maybe as this is coming up, I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams to share a little bit more of this item.
Hi. Yes. Yes. The climate and culture study. Yes.
And I do apologize to our students and staff. I know it's getting late here.
All right, so on the agenda for this evening, we have an approval of a contract with USC Rosier. Some professors at that particular school of education that are going to assist our district in attaining the goal that's going to come later in the evening where we discuss the board goals and the superintendent's goals. But this is directly connected to that when we're looking at the culture and climate of our school district. And so we are asking we have a couple of people, right, that they're joining us virtually that I will introduce really briefly. And let me make sure I get the right page. So we have Dr. John Pascarella as well as Dr. Pedro Noguera, and they are, Dr. Pascarella is a professor of the USC Rosier School of Education, and Dr. Pedro Noguera he is the Emory Stoops and Joyce King Stoops Dean, also at USC Rosier School of Education. So I think they're here to make a comment about the scope of service.
We're waiting to join whoever's in charge of the meeting.
No, you should start.
All right, I think if you click those check boxes. Yeah.
Hi, welcome, Dr. Noguera. Thank you so much, and Dr. Pascarella for joining us this evening. And we know that, Dr. Noguera, you're in Singapore, and so we'll be conscientious of your time as well. You're doing this good work. And so I am going to turn it over to both of you as you take us through very briefly the scope of the Climate and Culture project, and then also we'll turn it over a few minutes for us to ask clarifying questions or the board to address you with some questions. And so, Dr. Pedro Noguera, we'll start with you.
Greetings and thank you, Dr. Williams. Greetings, board members from Singapore, where it's already Thursday at about 11:15 a.m. Pleased to be with you. I'm also glad that my colleague John Pascarella is going to have a chance to talk about our proposal for working with you. I want to just briefly, by way of introduction, say that we have done this work with many districts around the country. I've been doing this work for well over 30 years throughout the country and throughout the world. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Always the focus is ensuring that all students, regardless of their backgrounds, have the opportunity to learn. That's the work. And what the work focuses on is identifying and working with district leaders to eliminate barriers. The simple idea is that if you can eliminate the barriers, all kids are in a position to learn and hopefully to thrive. We know that their academic learning is related to how well they feel connected to their peers, to their teachers, how much support they're receiving. And so what we will be doing, the survey and through the climate study, is identifying those barriers and then working with the district leadership on how to address those. I'm really pleased that you have Dr. Darnice Williams in leadership. She is one of our great graduates of USC, a proud Trojan, one of our distinguished alumni who has been in leadership roles in other districts. I worked with her closely when she was in Los Angeles, and I know from that experience that she is a capable leader. And we will do our best to provide her with data, with insights that she can use with her team to ensure that the goals that the district has set, meeting the needs of all students, are met. And that's basically the work. I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague, Dr. John Pascarella, who will describe in more detail the proposal that we've sent, and then I'll be here to take your questions.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to get to work directly with Dean Noguera on this project, and I join you after working for some of the last 6 years at the USC Race and Equity Center, where I'm the Chief Academic Officer, and the last 2 decades as a teacher educator and leader educator's partner with several districts to carry out this work and support their efforts to increase learning opportunities for students that school communities have historically underserved. And so some of the work that we have done with school districts has resulted in such as the climate survey results, in outcomes that have offered them concrete recommendations for focusing on specific inequities that they thought they were addressing. Sometimes there was issues around transparency and communication in the kind of school counseling or advising that they were receiving, and or the referral and disciplinary processes that they were following, protocols that they thought they were committed to equity or they were committed to increasing access to learning experience for those students that they were in fact undermining through some of the decisions that they were making. Some of those other outcomes have resulted in navigating some sensitive issues for community members to ultimately inform what was coming up, what was getting in the way of addressing issues that were causing exclusion. What programs were being funded and why, how were they being funded, and how was that diverting funding away from programs, efforts, initiatives that would better serve students that have historically not had access to the kinds of services and education and needs that they otherwise would have if those funding decisions had changed. And so climate studies really is an effort for us to come in and to systematically get to know, understand the dynamics we see playing out in meetings and interactions and listening sessions to community members and educators, staff members, and students, and to mirror back what do we see as it pertains to the indicators we're looking to seek to improve. And so part of that work in the initial phase is to understand what has the community, the district already done to address those concerns. What studies have already been conducted? What data sets are available to you? How have those data sets been used to inform decision making? And so part of that work should inform then our approach to the listening sessions, the development of our survey instruments, the data analysis we carry out, and of course, any kind of reporting that leads to a concrete roadmap for addressing those issues over time. It's timeline with goals laid out based on the recommendations that come up in the report. That's distinctive to what we see in the school district community. Those things change from district to district based on the specific dynamics that are going on for that district. And of course, that also relates to changes in all kinds of things, changes in leadership, changes in hiring practices, and certainly changes in funding and funding mechanisms that come out, that play out. And so what we tried to do in this proposal was just lay this out as succinctly as possible, informed by both the board goal, number 3, in alignment with that, as well as the superintendent's entry plan goals, all 5 of those goals that were laid out in that entry plan. And so as well, we have scoped out that we're getting started in September, a 20-month, a year and a half project with your district to support you, not just through the end of this school year, but on and into and through next school year, 26-27, and with ongoing reporting and checking in with the board and the superintendent's cabinet as we make progress and continue to address shared goals and responsibilities in carrying out this work. So I'll step back from there because I know there's probably a lot of questions, and I hope to address your concerns, questions, and opportunities to potentially collaborate and partner with you.
Great. Any questions? Thank you so much for that information. Any questions from my colleagues here on the board?
I have one question. So I was reading through the proposal, and so instrument development, so you don't use like these standard surveys that you use across all school districts. This is going to be something that is going to be specific to us and validated with our specific population, and then you'll distribute it widely? Is that my understanding? Am I understanding correctly?
That is correct. And Kendrick Davis, who's one of our project team members and will be our lead researcher on the instrument development, has done this. Our approach is not to use a cookie cutter approach, not to use standard instruments that we don't believe one size fits all. We need to come to by the way, the phase 1, the strategic listening sessions, are intended to pull together what we're hearing in those listening sessions to inform some of the indicators that we'll recommend inform the design of the instrument. And so we don't want this to recycle. We don't want this to reuse something that's been used somewhere else. What we want to do is pull the experts together to bring their expertise across our School of Education in order to best serve what the district needs. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
Trustee Lathan.
Hi, just a question about the Phase 5 reporting. So you have the final report and also the roadmap. Can you give us an example of schools or districts that have received this information, the kind of recommendations they've gotten, and then how they have implemented?
Yeah, so we include a roadmap in the reporting phase because this is often it sort of has become a best practice of our work in conducting any climate study. School partners want to do more than just have a report anymore that sits on a shelf. The roadmap is about coming back to the board, back to the cabinet, back to the school community, saying, here's what we learned, what is your input on how we can operationalize this work over time. This is sort of setting the groundwork for what the district might then develop as a longer-term 5-year or 10-year strategic plan. We're not building a strategic plan. What we're doing is we're giving you another deliverable that is a collaborative effort that extends the work of the reporting. So there is something tangible, concrete, that is practice-oriented and driven by the realities of what are the realities of school community members that we discovered in the survey and the focus groups that we conducted. How can that be best represented in a roadmap that holds high expectations for the educators and students, invests resources to ensure well-being? Those are some of the concrete sort of goals that roadmap will intend to carry out in doing that. What we don't want to do as well as a third party is to say, here's the roadmap, here's the plan, go do it. And so that phase is a phase because it's not just the delivery of a report, it is an effort to further engage the district community in mapping out what it could look like to take action based on the recommendations in the report.
Great. Any other questions?
I had a question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, young man.
Oh, sorry, thank you. So my question is regarding phase 3 of data collection. So it lists several groups that will be collected. I was wondering if the data collected will be random, and then if it will be distributed, like random data collected between elementary, middle, and high schools, with faculty and then students. And then with data analysis, so I was wondering what, how many districts you previously worked with in implementing this program, and then also what the timeline looks like. So I know it will conclude in 2027, and I was wondering if after that, how long will this data still be of likely of relevance? Like, will this need to be renewed at a later date? Like, what's the timeline on that? Thank you.
Okay, I think I heard most elements of the question. So the first question is, I think I heard the how many districts have we worked with, how many school partners have we worked with. I can speak to directly being involved in partnering with over 24 school districts, and inclusive of an education nonprofit, charters, public school districts, small, medium, large. That's just me. Dr. Noguera at the beginning spoke to his experience in carrying out this work over his career. Dr. Kendrick Davis, has conducted several of these studies and is one of our chief research scientists on this team that will carry out this work. We'll also work with some research associates and other faculty members at the School of Ed. Moreover, what we intend to do and expect to do is that as needs come up, we have the faculty and staff of our School of Education to turn to when, and certainly our beyond that, certainly our network of experts beyond the school, USC School of Education. But our job and opportunity is to leverage that experience both as practitioners and researchers, as well as work with the researchers who have done most of the work in working with K-12 school partners. The other part of that is recognizing what are the kinds of outcomes that come from these climate studies that ultimately get underneath some of the dynamics that are occurring across different constituents in the district or different samples that you mentioned. You asked about the different numbers of, let's say, faculty, staff, students, administrators. We put in target sample sizes. That's the target. To us, that's the baseline. What we're going to do is do our best to get the highest amount across all of those samples to respond to the surveys. And by the way, as well, what we do during phase 1 is sometimes there is a fifth or a sixth group that the district determines they want included in the research design. And that's why we're not coming with a predetermined set or instrument. What we want to do is work through with some more time engagement to determine what those groups might include and how we can work together to increase the response rate on the survey tools beyond the focus groups that would be conducted during the first phase. And so I'll go back to some of the outcomes. Some of the outcomes have resulted in recognizing that some of the challenges that pertain in carrying out any kind of equity initiatives and work is looking at the continuity of between professional development, instructional coaching, and practice. And there's sort of broken bridge between that with respect to teachers feeling supported and or held accountable with supports to carry out work in their classrooms. Handling resistance from the school community to equity initiatives or any initiative that's designed to divert funds from programs that are that people have vested interest in continuing, despite them depriving access to students that have historically not had access to those programs opportunities. Some of that has resulted in recognizing that the equity task force work or other project structures or initiatives that have been carried out have not been carried out with shared investment by the school community and or the necessary time and supports to carry them out. So those are just a couple of broader themes that have resulted in sort of opening up and mirroring back to the school community what they see and how that can, what we see through conducting the research and how that potentially could lead to concrete work that can take care of beginning to make progress towards achieving those aims.
Thank you, Dr. Pascarella. Dr. Noguera, would you mind specifically or explicitly sharing the number of schools you've worked with and had success and the districts that you've also worked with across the country and internationally as well?
So as I said earlier, I've worked with, well hundreds right now of districts really across the country, across the world. Let me describe one particular district that I think I would really set as an example of what could happen in Antioch. About 10 years ago, I worked very closely with Santa Monica Public Schools on doing a very similar kind of study. Over the course of 6 months, we then made recommendations. 10 years later, that district is still relying on the work that we did to guide their efforts to address opportunities to learn in the district and making steady, significant progress. And it's actually very encouraging to me that I consistently get calls from the district saying that the work we did is still useful and still helping them to guide the work. So that's just an example, and I could cite several others. But, so I'll stop there.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, Vice President Rocha.
Okay, my concern, it seems like I've heard this before. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand how this is going to work for us. It's $200,000, and I know that we're going to be talking about how we're low in our issues with our students not getting the abilities. They need to have more help in learning about reading and writing and math and et cetera. And then I think about the amount that we have spent on the school audit, the superintendent search. I remember having a survey of families, the families telling us what they feel about us and how they feel about us. And so I'm a little bit concerned about when we're talking about more money here and how this is going to be, to me, similar to what we've already had. I see it maybe what we have already, is that what they're going to do, is look at that and put it in a plan? Or are they going to redo a survey that we've already done?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Rocha. It is not intended to recreate something that has already been done. It is specific to the goals that the board has outlined and also those priorities. It's specific to based on conversations and interviews with current staff, with our parents, with our students, those instruments are going to be designed to yield information about, do students feel supported? Do students feel safe in terms of their instructional environment? We're not necessarily speaking about physical safety. We're speaking about, are you getting the same support? Are you gaining access? That's slightly different and nuanced from what I have reviewed and what types of research or surveys that has been conducted in the past. I believe when you were out for the superintendent search, that particular instrument was used in order to characterize what characteristics you'd like for a superintendent to bring. Whereas right now, we're looking at what barriers historically persist in our community and in our district that prevent our students from learning. That is a distinct different type of instrument and a distinct different type of research conversation. And it's not only just saying, here is an investigation around what we're doing. It's about what we're doing well and how can we replicate that throughout the system. I'm not quite sure, or I have not come across, and maybe someone can share that with me, information where we have streamlined our practices and our priorities, where we say we know we have a goal. We say that we want every student, according to our mission, to be prepared for college, workforce, and beyond. So what does that look like? Explicitly, what does that look like if I'm a 10th grader sitting in English language arts class, if I'm sitting in a mathematics class? What does that look like if I am in a 5th grade class and we are discussing elements of science? How does that translate into preparation for college? How does that align to the standards? Not seeing that level of detail, and perhaps it has been done, and because I'm new here, but that type of information is going to set a foundation to help us move to the next level of work. So the NCUS report, also the stakeholder report as well, that is baseline data for us. So we don't throw it out the window. We continue to use that input in addition to the interviews, the listening sessions that we're going to do, I'm going to hold, and we continue to build on that information so that we are designing and we are also reviewing the work that we're currently doing so that we can say, for sure, we have this particular program, let's say UFly, and it's really working well. And this is how we know it's working well, as opposed to we have UFly, we know we're in the 2nd year, we're doing well, and we are doing well, but how can we continue to expand that opportunity to more students so that we change the direction of our academic data from where it is now? So to your question, are we going to repeat the same thing? No, we are not. Is it an investment? Yes, it is. It is not a one-year investment. It's also not $200,000. It's very close to. And you have to say, well, how much time and how much, what is the outcome going to be, right? In comparison to what we have now.
Yeah.
So.
And that's it.
Yes.
Because I've heard it in past meetings.
Yeah.
Of how we've done surveys and how we've gotten people's responding to how they feel about our district. And I know what we want. We want to improve our district.
Yeah.
But I was trying to figure out how this is one more item that is coming in about doing similar to me, what I've heard.
Absolutely, and that's a fair question. So, and I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Yeah. Trustee Latham?
I am excited about this potential collaboration with the University of Southern California. And also, I appreciate the thoughtfulness in terms of the type of research and the tools they create. And like Trustee Rocha, you didn't say this, but I know we've had several things done, right? So we had the equity audits, we had surveys, we had all these things done, and I think that's what you're referring to. And I think the hard part is when we have information out there and we haven't acted on that information yet, right? And so, to be fair, you're a new superintendent here. And also, I believe that the information that the University of Southern California can add to our already baseline set of data can be valuable, especially with the roadmap and the different parts of data. And my hope as a board member is that then we can take all of the information that we have and just create a plan, right? Because otherwise, we'll be 3 years from now, let's have another organization come in and analyze us, right? Well, there's enough data out there, y'all. I mean, y'all, you can pick up a book. Pedro Noguera has 1 million books, right? We can read books and do all kind of things, but I think this will be an added bonus so that we can have an additional pathway in terms of what are we actually going to do over the next 3 to 5 years and how we're going to do it. And so I think it could be an added value for that.
Okay, I just wanted to have that brought out for information, and I am concerned because we have to be careful on our budget.
Absolutely.
Especially for this coming year, and it is affect our classroom.
Thank you.
Other questions from trustees, from student trustees? I do have a question maybe in the that I think wasn't fully addressed from student trustee Callwood, and maybe can help answer a little bit of the discussion I'm hearing here. Can you all speak a little bit to like the quality of the data that's going to be collected, and in particular, kind of how it is different from like a snapshot in time and has longer longevity in terms of like the usefulness of that data?
Sure. I'll speak first, and certainly Dr. Noguera wants to weigh in. But our job is to ensure that any instrument that we've developed has been validated, which means it's been tested and retested in order to ensure that what we're asking, and in terms of every single survey item and the indicators under that we use to inform the constructs for each part of the survey, are informed by the themes that were derived from all the listening sessions. And when we start at the beginning with the listening sessions, we're listening, we're documenting, and we are coding for themes. We're listening for what do we hear. And I heard one of the trustees speak to that having been done in a past climate study. We're then taking that and using those themes to inform the development of the instrument. So how are we organizing the survey instrument around multiple constructs, right, or thematic groups, areas of concern, opportunities for development? Where are the strengths and where are the opportunities for growth in those different areas at this current time with this current student population, with this current faculty and staff? And then moving into, obviously, data collection, data analysis, reporting. Now, with respect, in terms of the longevity of that data, in terms of this it represents a snapshot of the time in which it was collected to be reported in a timely fashion, so the district can then use that as a snapshot in time for when it was conducted. If that's true of the last climate study, that's true of who was represented in that study at that time. So this would be another snapshot. Now, what we would offer differently is that we would use whatever studies have been recently done to inform that work as well. We would carefully read those reports and make sure that we are not repeating or recycling what has been done already. What we do want to do is make sure that we are understanding what are the needs of the community now. So that's part of the credibility of the instrument, the data that gets collected and analyzed in the use of the instrument. One more piece I want to add to this is that part of our work over these 20 months is to ensure the support of your work and engagement in this work over time. If that means to what extent are you acting on previous climate studies that have been conducted, and to what extent does our preliminary reporting help you in making decisions to actively engage and act on previous recommendations? If the board and or the district leadership is not making movement on past recommendations, we want to understand what are the barriers that are getting in the way of that progress being made, efforts to carry out and or rely on past data findings that perhaps were controversial or not agreed, that this was useful. What is going on there? And so what we intend to be is a support team, and sort of in this work, a lot of our work as a team, it includes some ongoing advising and support engagement. We want to be able to address hard questions throughout that process and be of service to you through that process. And over these 20 months, we are absolutely our time and effort involved is best represented as the approximation of the costs that are included there in doing our best to meet and best ensure that the use of public funds are responsibly used by our research nonprofit and the team of researchers and staff members we bring to the table to carry that work out.
Great, thank you. Trustee Lathan?
Just one more comment, just wanted to share with the board. No matter, working with University of Southern California will probably be amazing. And anybody can come and do a survey. And if we don't, or an audit, or a roadmap, but the thing is, how are we actually implementing, right? How are we providing support in terms of policy and funding, removing barriers and through policy, supporting the superintendent. So I just want to say that because the same thing can happen. We can get a report from them and then nothing happens with it. It sits on the shelf, right? I know some principals are using the equity audit because when I visit their schools, I ask them, and others don't. And we spent over $200,000 on those audits. Right. What I will say is the Ed Services Department has worked on like professional learning communities, so really trying to get a way for teachers and staff to collaborate. So, and that was a part of the equity audit, not PLCs in general, but just making sure teachers have the space and time to collaborate. So we have started to do some things across the system, but I love what John said in terms of what are the actual barriers. So how come we're not using that data to actually move to move student learning? So anyway, I just wanted to thank the two of you and just to kind of say that no matter what we do, we got to support the district to be able to do it, to do the work.
Great. Any other questions for our speakers?
One more thing. I had a question as to the methodology for the survey. So I was wondering, so it'll be conducted obviously at USC's Rossier School of Education. What's the relative size of the research team of statisticians that will be analyzing the data? And that's basically the question.
You want to know the size of the team that's going to be working?
Yes. And any other relevant pieces of information regarding methodology? Like, will it primarily be conducted like at USC? And then also, I understand that USC Rossier School members will come and then also speak with administrators and students at in AUSC. I was wondering how many people at from the Rossier School will come up to Antioch and will interview and have conversations with our members.
Yeah. So in building this, we saw we constructed a team of about 9 people that included research associates, graduate assistants, and certainly the experts or the lead experts represented on the 4 team members that are included in the scope of work. With respect to all of the listening sessions that Dr. Williams spoke to us about doing in person, primarily in person at the convenience of the community. If there is a desire to hold things online or engage in online meetings for that purpose, to engage people who are not able to make it to in-person district-held meetings, and of course we would accommodate that as well. So the base team, to answer your question more directly, looks at right now at a starting point 9 people. That could involve more people depending on the needs throughout the next 20 months of the 20-month span of the partnership. Those team members also include former superintendents, former K-12 counselors, school leaders in special education, educators and experts, bilingual educators and experts. So we take a team approach when it comes to supporting our district partnerships, and so basically I'll say sort of 9 and is our approach. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Noguera and Dr. Pascarella, for providing this information. We really appreciate it. We know it's getting later, getting early in the day for you, Dr. Noguera, so we appreciate you taking the time to share about this important work.
Thank you all for the opportunity, and we look forward to working with you and with Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go Trojans.
Bye.
But thank you so much. Bye.
Great. All right, so before us, we have this climate and culture assessment. Any further discussion from trustees on this? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the culture and climate assessment from the USC Rossier School of Education as presented.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes.
I agreed because I think it's going to be a good survey
Yeah, agree.
with all the things we've already done.
Great. So now we'll move back to our back to school reports. Thank you everyone so much for your patience and in ensuring that the board is also able to get some of the other work that we have done. I appreciate you all, as I know it is getting late and it is still a school night.
No.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Williams, and others in the AUSD community. My name is Dr. Sarah Rote, and this is my 5th year as the proud principal of Jack London Elementary School. I will keep it brief because we are pushing or past bedtimes for some of our scholars. So I recently asked our teachers to share one word that describes the start of our year, and here are some of their responses. Optimistic, exciting, busy, positive, chaotic, good, smooth, orderly, calm, energizing. And one teacher captured the feeling perfectly. It's about new faces, new challenges, and the sense that anything can happen. As we begin every school year, the focus for the first few weeks has been on building relationships and community. Our school has a designated social emotional learning time for second step lessons and community building. We've also already held several family events, including back to school night, the Fall Title I parent meeting, our Fall Scholastic Book Fair, a PTO fundraiser, and we're currently in our final week of Attendance Awareness Month and beginning the recognition of Hispanic or Latinx Heritage Month. With our guiding coalition of talented teacher leaders at the helm, our staff continues to build upon research-based, high-leverage instructional practices. Our teachers truly are lifelong learners themselves, and we have been working to build a community centered on professional collaboration, sharing expertise, and acquiring the new skills we need to best teach our scholars every day. But with that, I will turn it over to Jaslyn for a Jack London Scholar perspective.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Dr. Williams. My name is Jaslyn Skyalcala, and I'm a 6th grade student at Jack London. I was also Secretary and Student Council 2024 through 2025. So far, the school year has been going great. We've been learning so many new things since the school year started. We've been working on the steps of a narrative essay and are going to build a model of a cell soon. Some things I love about Jack London are the staff, the students, and overall the whole school. I love how the teachers teach me things in ways I understand and are very kind. The staff always try their best and have so much pride in our school. At Jack London, students care for each other and help others feel welcome. This is all because of our lovely principal, Dr. Rote, and our vice principal, Ms. Torres. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks for having me back. I know there was a big pause in there. Okay. Again, Bonnie Basola, principal of Diablo Vista. Blessed to be there. This is my 13th year as principal there. We always start off by teaching the Diablo Vista way. It's just the way we do things. We do PBIS for our students, and then we do training for our parents too at our back to school night. You did meet my PTO president. She now wanted to get home. She'll be even more thankful that she left when she hears this, but she was there helping us build community. We had several hundred people at our Welcome Back Ice Cream Social. We ate a lot of Baskin Robbins, and then we were able to give to staff for the following day. So we had a lot of fun with that. Just nice to see families out in the evening, lounging around our beautiful amphitheater, chatting it up, getting to meet new families, so that was really a highlight. Now, of course, just like all the other schools, we're deep in our PLC work. We are on targeted instruction. Looking forward to visitors. Our interventions started this week. Our rotations for some of the grades are amazing. First grade has decided to level students all the way across, so we've given them every staff member that we can during that. EL aid, a resource aid, meet every student's needs for at least 40 minutes, 4 times a week in the first grade. Lots of other rotations going too, but they're really amazing for a young group of teachers who have just decided to dive in and be so collaborative. So we're enjoying that. And then I want to talk about attendance, because that's something that's near and dear to my heart. I did have the equity walks with INCA several years ago, and Vincent Matthews was my person, and he spoke to me personally and said, you've got one area, this opportunity gap with attendance. I think you can really make a difference with your student learning. You've got so many things in place, so we heard him loud and clear. Last year, 92%. I know it's a good district goal, but we felt like we could beat that, and we did. We went over 93, and this year we're really striving for 94%. We feel like if we can get our scholars there, we can ensure they learn at high levels. So thank you again for having me twice tonight. Appreciate everybody. And community members, way to stay out here.
Good morning, or good night. Hi, good evening, everyone.
we're headed there.
I know, I'm used to saying good morning. I'm Rachel Fogelman. I am the new principal at Carmen Dragon. Carmen Dragon has a, thank you. Carmen Dragon has a new principal and vice principal this year. I have my notes. So we wanted to start by just saying thank you to everyone. We were really fortunate and invited into the Antioch community. My vice principal is already from Antioch. I'm new to Antioch. We started off by attending the PLC, the Solution Tree Conference this year with our Leadership and Guiding Coalition team. Since we came back to school, they already have led our first staff development and PLT trainings and opportunities. We've been meeting as a Guiding Coalition to move it forward and see the needs of the school site and be able to utilize them to guide the work forward. We have been fortunate to be so supported by everybody at the Antioch School District. A lot of district office people have really been supporting both myself and our vice principal. We've been utilizing the restorative practice supports through the school district. We've done community circles, worked with parents, worked with students, worked with teachers. It's been amazing work that's happening. We also had our first coffee with the principal in the first month of school, and we have another event next, not coffee because nobody drank it, but next week we're going to have juice and small snacks with the principal. And then yesterday we had our mobile dairy visit, picture day, and an IEP marathon day. So that all happened yesterday. I do have a wonderful parent at our school here with me, Miss Waterford, if you'd like to go ahead and share how the school year's kind of started off for us.
Hello, my name is Nicole Waterford, and my oldest child is 19 years old. I've seen several people that I've known through the district for several years, so hey, everyone. But I'm excited for the new principal. It was a big role to fill, and I am excited for the possibilities because our school really needed that help for the social emotional skills of the kids that had some of those big behaviors to kind of come in and alleviate some of the pressure off of our teachers because we wanted to keep them rather than them quitting. And I will say that Ms. Fogelman, within the little time that we've had her and her experience and expertise, we can see, and I know that data will show when you all get it throughout the rest of the year, that she is implementing great things within our school community, bringing the families together. So in hopes that there will be less conflict with students, less suspensions, and more community building with the parents being on campus so that they can feel that their children are, that they're bonding with the teachers and they actually are building relationships. So I myself have had 4 children out of the 5 kids that I have attend Carmen Dragon, and I am very pleased at the the little bit of time that she's had, the work that she's done. So bravo to her. I'm looking forward to a lot of the changes that she will bring that we desperately needed for so long. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Williams. Thank you so much for having us. I brought, we're the Grant Grizzlies, and I am Casey McClure. I am the proud principal of MNO Grant, and I've got my Bear Cubs here with me. They have been so great tonight. So, boys and girls, you're awesome. Pizza on me tomorrow. So MNO Grant's excited about a lot of things. As you can see on the slide here, we're really excited at the start of the school year that we incorporated a lot of community building, and I love the student board members here because student voice means so much. And so what we asked and tasked our staff with this year is to build class agreements. Instead of listing school rules on the board in the room, build agreements with your students, starting at the TK level. Now that's a harder thing to do at that level, but we go TK to 6, and to see the implementation of class agreements and students to sign the class agreements on the wall has been really powerful. It's been such a wonderful start for us. Playworks is a new thing that we brought in this year. Playworks is an organization that helps us with our recess culture. Essentially, what it does is it de-emphasizes competition and emphasizes cooperation. And so Playworks has been a really great thing at the start of our school year because, as I tell all of our students, when you play basketball or soccer on the playground at MNO Grant, you're not going to get famous. You're not going to sign a contract, right? And we're not going to make millions of dollars. It's supposed to be for fun, right? And so Playworks has come in and done a really nice job. And one of the key pieces of the Playworks adventure for us is that we have identified students to be junior coaches. And that gives them a chance to lead, a chance to be role models, and a chance to be an example at recess time for not only the younger students, but their same age peers. And so in just a second, I'm going to hand it over to my awesome friend here, Anthony Pedraza Lindsay, because he is one of our junior coaches. Before I do that, I want to just mention very quickly that our PLC and RTI initiatives are off to a wonderful start. Our guiding coalition is dedicated. They were excited, I would even dare say fired up after the conference in July. And so we have begun implementation of that work in much the same ways that other sites have described. We're in the early phases of it, but we are working with guaranteed standards, we are gathering data, and we are ensuring that all students will meet our stated intention of our district mission, right? That they will all be at grade level or above. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Anthony so he can tell us a little bit about his role as a junior coach.
My name is Anthony Pedraza Lindsay, and I'm proud to be a junior coach with Playworks at our school. Being a junior coach means I get to be a leader during recess, helping make sure everyone has fun in a way that's fair, safe, and respectful. I help organize games, teach rules, and make sure everyone gets a chance to play no matter their skill level. It's not about winning or losing. It's about working together, solving problems, and making recess a place where everyone feels included.
Thank you all.
And it's a PTA school. What we talking about?
Okay, right here. 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Okay, my turn. You gotta hold it. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Dr. Williams, and student members. I am so excited to be here this evening, and I am Bridget Spires, the proud principal of Dallas Ranch Middle School, and this is one of my vice principals, Miss Sandra Williams. I brought the rain, Lord.
Is that right? Kidding.
That's amazing. Anyhow, I will be brief. I know we have a lot up there, but
Oh, my goodness.
I wanted to start by sharing with you that one of the things that we're extremely proud of and excited about is our dual immersion program. This is our first year that we have dual immersion at 3 levels at our school. We have a total of 71 students in the program currently, and they are thriving. And I love going in there and hearing them speaking in both languages. I love the work that they're doing, and you can really see the growth in those students. Another program that we're really excited about is our audit program. It is also growing. We have a cohort at the 7th grade level as well as the 6th grade level, and those students they're also thriving and doing really well, and they're leaders in our school. One of the things that's really great about our AVID program is we are doing AVID strategies across the entire school. We actually just spent some time reviewing our school-wide writing prompt and looking at ways we can help our students improve throughout the school, and using the Wicker strategies for our students. And so we're really excited about our AVID program. We actually had our first AVID Parent Night of the year, and it was a great success. We had more parents this year than we did last year at our first Parent Night. You see a couple of the families there that were doing activities that we were working on and just having a good time together, and we're hoping to have more of those evenings. Our back to school night was a lot of fun, and it was informative for our families. We were really excited with the number of families that came, because it was something that we felt like it was going to be a really good year this year, but it just solidified the start that we had. The first day of school was another indicator of that, because the parents, they were snapping pictures and looking, and it was just huge. And it was great to see parents coming out again, and parents, being excited about the start of the school year, and the students were excited as well. One of the things we take pride in at our school is our restorative practices program on our campus. We have really spent a lot of time working with our students on understanding what restorative practices are really all about. And I can really say that it is working on our campus, because in my 9-year tenure at the school, this is the first year that we had no altercations in our first month of school at Dallas Ranch. I can also say that going into the final quarter of the school year and totaling out the year, our discipline entries went down by over 30%. And so we are moving in the right direction. Our children are spending more time in class, learning, working to get their educations, and just doing what they're supposed to do. And that's be students and enjoy school and actually start to think about what their future will look like. We spend time with our career technical education. We have been very fortunate to have some of our teachers be involved with Project Lead the Way. So we spend a lot of time on career development, and we're just having a good time at Dallas Ranch, and it's a good time learning. We have increased involvement in campus clubs and activities, and we like for our students to really be creative with the clubs. So if there's not a club for something they're interested in, our students have the autonomy to go out and say, I want it, we're going to create it. They find teachers who want to help them, and we develop it, and they're the leaders at the school. We like things to be student-driven as opposed to adult-driven. We also are trying to increase community partnerships. For example, we're working with one of the logistics directors or owners, I guess you would say, that work with the new Amazon facility right here that does all the deliveries and such. And we're planning right now a visit for our students to go and see what logistics are all about and how those deliveries work and what the plant looks like and those sorts of things. And those partners also have donated more backpacks to our school, and they know that we're an AVID school, so they also provided binders and things like that that we need for our program. The last thing I want to mention is just about our PLC work and our collaboration and our guiding coalition. It is really changing the way that we operate and the way that we think in our schools, in our school, and we are also using the work that we've done through going to the Summer Institute in Sacramento and also getting the training from our Antioch Unified folk. Amy and Natasha have done a great job at training our staff for leading the way for our teachers, and they have fully embraced it. And Dallas Ranch is just doing great things. I like to refer to us as the best kept secret in Antioch middle schools. And so I just want to let my vice principal end my time here with you all with our daily saying, and that is,
We don't just fly, we SOAR, soar at Dallas Ranch.
have a great evening.
So good evening. My name is Robert Bowers. I'm the principal at Deer Valley. Thank you so much, students, for hanging in there. I know it's a long night. You guys probably got a lot of homework, but I commend you on the job that you're doing, some of the great questions that you asked. You exemplify what makes Antioch so great. This is why we love this district. It's because we love to see you guys building your leadership skills, because one day you'll all be taking care of us. So keep up the hard work. And I do think the best kept secret was Dallas Ranch, because everybody knew that Park was the best secret, because I used to be the principal of Park Middle School. I have to do a little shout out there, because not only am I going to talk a little bit about Deer Valley, but two of my former Park students, Anthony and Ashley, are going to talk a little bit about our AVID program that we're building at Deer Valley. But I also know that sometimes I get going and I start talking and now it's late. So luckily for me, one of the great programs that we have at Deer Valley is DVTV. In addition to having partnerships with LMC to have ROP Auto Shop and ROP Child Development, having our Business and Law Academy, and CTE Culinary, CTE Social Media. We have CTE video production. So I asked the kids, hey, they really want to know how school's starting. I can tell them, but why don't you guys take some of our things that we do and create a video that shows how things have started at Deer Valley. So I have a 3-minute video that the kids made for tonight.
My school year's been pretty good so far. I've had a lot of fun. I've gotten into classes I wasn't expecting to take. I got into culinary. I had culinary today. And it's just The new experiences my senior year that I got the opportunity to take was really fun. And I've been like writing music for band, and that's just been like one of the most gratifying things is because I want to be a music educator, so I think writing the music has been the most, like, the best thing in my opinion so far.
So how is my school year going? I'm loving this school year. Things seem to just be a whole lot calmer than they've been in the last couple of years. And a lot of positive things are happening here at Deer Valley High School. I'm really enjoying the addition, the expansion of our AVID program, as well as many of the really cool electives that we're offering here at Deer Valley High School for our students. I'm also in charge of athletics here at Deer Valley, so I'm working really closely with Amy Tilson, our athletic director. I'm super excited about how well our sports teams are going and how much our students are recognizing the importance of academics and how hard they're working to improve their grades so they can play sports here at Deer Valley.
My school year so far has been, I mean, it's really early on, but I feel like the school year has been amazing. I've really been more open to joining classes that were kind of out of my comfort zone, and I, just want to be more out there, and, this is my senior year, so I want to do it all, and just, really have an open mind when it comes to trying something new, so.
School year is going pretty well. I've been really busy my senior year, but I have never felt more focused on my school year, and I'm really excited for college and, my future endeavors.
And another thing I got to say is I was an elementary school teacher, and then I was a middle school principal, and now being a high school principal, you really get to see the whole cycle. You get to see the kindergarten students and their first days on school. You get to see them learning and growing. You get to see the awkwardness of middle school, and then just these students, how excited they are about their futures. It really, for me, not that I needed it, but it has really given me more purpose, because now you're seeing these children become adults. And two of these children that are going to become adults soon are Ashley and Anthony, and their teacher, who is our AVID coordinator, Tasharian Berry.
Good evening, board members. So I'm Sharon Berry. This is my second year as AVID site coordinator for Deer Valley. I am super stoked for our AVID program. We have exploded this program and ran with it with the help of the district because, I mean, wow, AVID is just fun. The kids enjoy it. It goes with all things. It's good teaching practices. The kids realize, hey, what can we actually do with AVID? How can we help our community? What can it do for us? How does it help us once we actually leave high school? That cycle that Mr. Bowers is talking about is that cycle of what happens when they leave. Are they ready? Our wonderful students here, Ashley and Anthony, are two of our AVID 9 students this year. This is Ashley's first year in AVID and Anthony's second year in AVID. And let me say I am beyond stoked to introduce them, to allow them to tell you what not only have we already accomplished, but what we're going to be doing this year for AVID. So Ashley, if you don't mind.
Hi, my name is Ashley Chavez, and I'm a 9th grader at Deer Valley High. And this is my first year as an AVID student. This year, DV has 2 AVID classes, a 9th and 10th grade class. They also introduced AVID tutors, and we have 6 of them in total. 3 AVID tutors are in each AVID class. Additionally, AVID helps us make connections within our community. We perform 10 community service hours to help form these connections. Then later this year, Avid will be hosting and sponsoring 2 teacher appreciation events / fundraisers and take both of the Avid classes to see 2 colleges. To speak a little bit more about this school year is Anthony.
Hello, my name is Anthony Walamus. I am a freshman attending Deer Valley, and this is my second year doing Avid. This year, Avid is paying for PSAT teaching or testing for all Avid 10 students. Avid planners are being used for all the 9th grade students. Staff development to help implement the fundamental teachings of Avid into all classrooms. But the thing we are most proud of is our mentorship program. Our mentorship program is in collaboration with Black Diamond Middle School, which allows us to form relationships with the current 8th grade Avid students. The high school provides support with note-taking skills, time management in hopes that we see our new friends in the new year. Thank you, and that is my time.
Thank you to the board and Dr. Williams for allowing us to speak a little bit about Deer Valley tonight.
No, it's usually. I used to be a delegate. I would leave early, but like there was sometimes like where I was mentioned, and I would like skip through for like hours. So this is like still kind of.
Good evening, Dr. Williams, school board members and cabinet. My name is Stephanie Siemering, Director of Nutrition Services, and I'm joined by Catherine Cachola, our Central Kitchen Manager. First off, I want to say it was a pleasure hosting you at our Central Kitchen during the Magic School Bus Tour. This evening, we're excited to share some of our early successes from the start of the school year, as well as give you a preview of what's ahead for our department. The Nutrition Service Department has been diligently processing student school funding forms to help identify those who qualify for community benefits available to households eligible for free and reduced price meals. One such benefit is Sunbucks 2025, which is a summer EBT card worth $120 per student. Student recipients were either categorically eligible or submitted a qualifying form by September 2nd. And as a result, over 10,750 students have received or will receive their Sunbucks 2025 card. The number of students identified also directly contributes to increased district funding through the unduplicated pupil count and local control funding formula. Thankfully, meals continue to be free for all students, regardless of eligibility status.
My turn. So California is continuing universal meals for 25-26 school year. Last year, we served over 2.8 million breakfast, lunches, suppers, and snacks combined. We're hoping to surpass that figure for this school year. It's go big or go home. So by the looks of the September counts, we think it's a strong possibility. So one way we plan to achieve this is by introducing new international flavor profiles. Our menus usually range from American, Chinese, Mexican, and Italian. With National School Lunch Week in October, and this year's theme of Taste the World, your school lunch passport, we're taking the students on an international culinary journey into the Far East and even Sweden. Some dishes we're working on at the Central Kitchen include ramen, chicks fix, Swedish meatballs, Filipino adobo, and buttered chicken over steamer. I will taste test tomorrow.
Last school year, we served nearly 360,000 pounds of fresh fruit and 112,000 pounds of fresh vegetables. Almost half of that produce was California grown, including some organic varieties. Our district was also awarded the Farm to School grant, which concluded at the end of last school year. Funding from the program allowed us to create Harvest of the Month boxes for over 100 elementary classrooms in the district. Students and teachers were excited to receive these monthly produce boxes, which included lessons and taste testing activities centered around the featured produce. The same produce was also placed in the salad bar, where the students recognized it and were thrilled to see it again. Participation in the grant also connected us with many new farms in California, such as Frog Hollow, and introduced us to new food co-op vendors we hadn't worked with before, including Feed in Petaluma, Spork in Davis, and Cape Valley Farms. We're continuing Harvest of the Month this school year, bringing back some beloved California-grown favorites from previous years, such as persimmons, pluots, and spicy rainbow radish. And we're proud of the progress we've made and look forward to another year of serving the students of Antioch Unified School District. Thank you.
Together. I'm Miss Trini right now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Great. Moving on to item 6, public comments. Under A, individuals to address the board regarding items not on the agenda from the public, there are none. But under item B, individuals to address the board regarding items not on the agenda from district employees, we have several comments. We'll begin with Renee Herrick.
I hope that what I have to say will be the cherry on top of this amazing evening that you've gotten to hear about all the incredible things. I know you recognize my face, Dr. Lathan, because you've come to my classroom a couple of times at Antioch Middle. So I am here with my current principal, Jessica Stone, and my colleague is sitting back there with me, Amy Hartman. I am so excited to share with you that, well, first of all, it's my birthday, and I'm spending it with you all. So I want to let you know that I am a very proud AUSD teacher. I was recruited to this district by the incredible Dr. Lindsay Wisely. And I say recruited because I lived in North Carolina. She brought both my husband and I over here. She knew my brother-in-law, Sal Sabranti, who is with Antioch Rotary and does a lot, so I need to stand straight when I'm when I'm doing anything for school. While I was in North Carolina, I was the Wake County Teacher of the Year. I was also the North Central Teacher of the state, which means that I have a lot of experience with great boards, with superintendents that I was on the advisory board for several, and at the state level for selecting principals and teachers of the year. So when I say that I'm coming to you with some awesome news, it is from 27 years of experience in teaching with lots of opportunities to be in leadership roles. So I am standing with, as I mentioned, Dr. Jessica Stone. I'm tired, so I'm sorry. I want to let you know that while I was at AMS, I was looking around and saying, okay, how can we improve AMS, or what value added can I bring to it? I applied for a CTA, Institute for Teaching Impact Grant. And because I was in touch with Renita Angus and Dr. Wisely, they said, go for it, Renee. We'll help you with whatever you need. So I know you probably already know, but you have some incredible district leaders. And without them, teachers like myself would not be able to do the things that we're doing. So I reached out to Dr. Wisely. She helped me to polish off my little notes. And of course, I received the grant of $13,000. So let me let you know. I know, right? Let me let you know what this is going to do. So you just saw Deer Valley talk about their media studio and recording and things like that. So with that money, I'm going to be working with my current principal. I'm a 5th grade teacher now at Turner, in collaboration with my former principal, amazing Leah Douglas. Did you just cut me off?
Oh, yeah, we do limit it to 3 minutes, but maybe if you want to quickly wrap up your thoughts.
I will wrap up. I just want to let you know that we're going to create a media studio where students are going to be the directors, record, create math minutes about history, about English, and all of those things are going to be starting this year. So I know that you heard about Dallas Ranch and Park Middle, but I'm here to tell you amazing things are happening at AMS also. And thank you very much for your time.
And we did have a public comment from the public, from Velma Wilson.
It's been a long time coming, but a change is gonna come. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So much change and so much to be excited for happening early on in the school year, which is we should all clap it up for the staff, the administrators, the district, the trustees, everyone, the community, the parents, the students. Congratulations on really starting off the school year. Shout out to Dr. Essence Phillips for hosting the first DLAC meeting and also the first AAPAC meeting, which I was a part of both of those meetings. And to see the DLAC meeting was like overfilled. We were breaking fire codes. To see so many families hungry and wanting to step up to do the work is commendable. The AAPAC meeting was just absolutely amazing to see that teams meeting full of families bringing really creative ideas and what they can do to engage other families. I challenge them to make sure reach one and bring one. And so they are all going to be doing that work, and as they come together to start trying to make sure that every school is represented in this district with a parent or guardian representative, please let us not forget our foster and unhoused students. Some of them don't have anyone to step up and be their representative. So if you know of a foster or unhoused student, make sure that you can find a way to connect with that student. I just today took 2 families that houses foster students and have unhoused students couch surfing to make sure that they had food to eat. Let us never forget, we do have the largest population of foster youth in this district. Let us not forget those families. Let us not forget those that are caring for those students who are dealing with some very traumatic situations and life circumstances that none of us, even as adults, couldn't handle. It breaks my heart. Thank you to Tim Cooper for your work and your effort that you continually do and sometimes don't even get noticed for. I want to tell you publicly, I appreciate you because you are doing the work that so many don't get to see. Thank you and congratulations to you school, you student trustees that are sitting here learning. This is what leadership is about. We pass the mantle on to our future. Thank you and shout out to Dr. Darnese for being there at my first SELPA CAC meeting. We had an amazing time, a lot of information to share, but this is AUSD. We are always and forever, I will be forever loud, proud AUSD.
Thank you. Next, under 6B, we have Maria Villanueva. Not here? Okay. Next, we have Bob Carson.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Williams and school board trustees and student school board members. This is great. I knew you when, some of you, right? Back in the day. So my name is Bob Carson. I'm the proud president of the Antioch Education Association. And tomorrow, we begin our contract negotiations for this year, and we are excited to get started, and we are hopeful that we can reach a quick settlement. That's our goal. We know that one of the most important resources for student success is to have a quality educator in every classroom. The best way to ensure that is through competitive salaries, good working conditions, and permanent, fully paid medical benefits and dental benefits. Many districts nearby, including our closest neighbor, Pittsburgh Unified, already offer their educators permanent, fully paid medical benefits. For AUSD to compete with these other school districts, we need to do the same. I have brought with me, maybe Dr. Johnson can pass that around to the board members. I brought with me a statement from the AEA Representative Council requesting our board members support the effort for fully paid benefits. You will see more signed signatures and statements from every site in AUSD at the next board meeting. And you will probably see many of us at the next board meeting if we don't have this contract settled. Fully paid benefits are an issue we strongly believe in, and we will fight to achieve it. We look forward to working with the AUSD team, and we are hopeful that we can make this happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Salega.
Hello, my name is Jessica Salega. I am a TK teacher here in Antioch Unified School District. And today I'm bringing an issue before you guys that maybe you guys can consider. Every day I ask myself, how can I make sure that 4-year-olds love school when half of them at my school don't even have a teacher? In 2021, here's a little background for you guys, California announced that universal TK would be coming to our schools. Year by year, the birthday cutoffs expanded until eventually this school year, we have been inclusive of all 4-year-olds in California to start TK. We all knew that this was coming, and Antioch has had a lot of years to prepare, and yet here we are, this school year, there's already multiple open TK teacher positions in our district. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. At my own school, we don't have a PM teacher. I'm working with a constant rolling door of substitutes that come in and out. I'm doing a lot of extra work to try to support them. But, so meanwhile, I'm running my own TK class, but I'm also helping carrying the total weight of another one. I'm tired. I'm tired of stepping up. I'm tired of watching students pay the price for something that should have been planned for years. If this was a child care center, if this was a preschool, a private program, you would not open a classroom without a teacher. And yet, here in Antioch, we're opening classrooms without teachers. This is happening right now. Legally, no one has really told me, do I take care of this? But my heart tells me that I have to, because I cannot share space, materials, my classroom, my lesson plans, my everything with them, and not still have to show up for them. I can't share just half of me. I have to share all of it. So, I don't know where the law starts and my heart begins, but every day I feel like that line is being crossed. At the end of the day, my biggest goal is for students to come to school and learn to love it. When they love TK, they love kindergarten, and it follows them forward. I want them to feel safe. I want them to feel excited. I want them to feel seen. But that can't happen with constant instability of a revolving door of substitutes. Substitutes come in and they want to get through the day. It's just try to get through that TK day. But for us, it's so much more. It's the love, it's the commitment to this small cohort of children to move them on to the next grade. So, they deserve a lot more than just a patchwork of solutions. So please take this seriously. TK is not babysitting. Nope, it's the foundation of our district's promise to all of our families, and we cannot afford to fail them. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And then lastly, this is a comment under 11E, the Climate and Culture Survey, but I think here makes sense to take this comment now from Kent.
Thank you. Fifth grade Kimball teacher, been here many times. Thank you for having me here. I want to say I do love all the school presentations. They're amazing. I hope everyone agrees that it was a lot, that a little bit better planning would allow families to be here and enjoy their presentations without having to have children here towards 9:30. It was a lot. We need to plan that a little better. My point on 11E immigration, my point was for the presentation that we just had. I'm hoping that we are open to hearing and soliciting and actively engaging in community voice and feedback when it comes to any of the things we're doing. Please consider that as a board, you can hear a presentation, you can then open to public comment, and then you can deliberate and pass a resolution if you so decide. Hearing the information from the presentation is the first time for everyone in this room, including yourselves. Not allowing time for public comment means that you're not willing to hear the doubts and questions and concerns of the community. I am concerned that we have NCUS data from last year, that we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on it, and from Dr. Jagg's own words, that we haven't done anything with it. I would be more than willing to hire these individuals further down the line. I think they have amazing qualifications. I think we can learn a lot from them. But let's take what we have, implement it, do our best, do some, see what we can make out of it, and then have a follow-up piece. Having one survey and feedback we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on, and then getting another one the very next year before we've implemented or acted on any of it, is not fiscally responsible in my eyes. Okay. Would also like to point out, the longer we make meetings last, the less public involvement you have. So if there's something that we don't want people to put input on, then we pack the first 2 hours of the meeting with things that wear them down and make them go home early, like several of our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify that we are open to public comments. I just didn't, if for whatever reason we didn't get that public comment card here in time for that agenda item, people are always welcome to submit a public comment card, and we do hear those out. Yeah, okay. Great. Moving on next to 7 district reports. We have item A, the 2025 preliminary CASP results.
All right, well, good evening, board. I know that it is getting late, and I will try to be concise with my report, but we do have important things to share. So this is for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. We have preliminary data from the 2025 testing window that occurred in last spring. And I want to share with you what some of those things are. Starting with our mission, we are aware that our long-term mission has been to have our students be prepared for college, career, and life. More internally, we have talked in the last couple of years about each year that means that we need to ensure that our students are at grade level and beyond. Our objectives this evening are to share what those results are, to look at the trends over time, and then to provide some context in how these results will inform our work going forward. So a quick summary of what those results showed this year is that we did see some improvements in English language arts and science, with more students meeting and exceeding the standards. Math performance remained the same as it was in 2024, and we'll look later on that it will be pretty stagnant from even dating back to 2019. Many grade levels of our students showed improvements, and that our African American students, Filipino, and economically disadvantaged showed improvements in all 3 assessments, so ELA, math, and science. So about the CASP, and this data in particular, knowing that it is preliminary data, it has not been published yet by the state. That should happen in the early part of October. That's what we're expecting it. So please know that some of the comparative data with the county and the state is not yet available. It will be available once it has been made public. Okay, so starting with how the CAS data is used. Of course, it's for our families to see how their students are progressing over the years. It provides our teachers it gives them information on how their students performed last year. And in some cases, I know it comes a little late for our teachers, but it does give one snapshot in time of the data of how their students are performing with their current year students. It also helps measure the path to college and career. And it will show up as an indicator on the California dashboard that will be, usually is presented in December. So that will be forthcoming. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, we are grading in English language arts and math, grades 3 through 8 and grades 11, and then in science in 5, 8, and in 11th grade for us. So it is found the achievement levels there's 4 levels. So the top 2 being levels 3 and 4 that they've met or have exceeded. And then standards nearly met and then standards not met. So I'm just pointing out that even students that have nearly met, they are they're still developing their skills, but they are functioning in many ways at grade level. This provides some statewide context. It was a slide that, some information I found interesting. So amongst the over 1,000 school districts and county offices in California, only 2 of them in the Santa Barbara area have reached that threshold of 90% or above that are meeting or exceeding. And looking at the median household price or home prices, $1 million to $5 million. So it was interesting that it's definitely 90% is an extraordinary reach. So looking specifically at our data, trending from before COVID in 2019, you'll see here that we have shown some growth. We are up 2 percent points from last. It's not what we deem to be statistically significant, but it does show that we have 160 more students that have met or exceeded standards. Here with math, the flat line that I was mentioning, that we have remained pretty stagnant in that area. It remains an area of our greatest challenge, and it highlights the urgency that we have to focus in on math. For science, we are seeing, a pretty steady rise. You'll see that more when we're looking at student groups. So we had 70 more students perform at grade level or at standards or above. So on this slide, it is showing you some cohort data. So when you see those pink circles, you're seeing from when they're 3rd graders in 2024 moving into 4th grade is 2025. So we are seeing some improvements from year to year, but it doesn't tell the whole story. There's a lot of changes, there's a lot of things. Are these the same students? And we do understand that additional measures must be considered to really understand our data carefully. So here we're going to start looking at our student groups. So overall, when you look at 2025, we are encouraged that we are seeing growth, but again, in many cases, they're not statistically significant. We see a bump of a few percentage points. This also points out the persistent gaps, right? So where we see our Asian and our Filipino students are performing on the higher ends, our English learners, students with disabilities, Pacific Islanders, and African American, there's still that disparities within the scores. And that will be something that we will continue to remain focused on going forward. In math, we are seeing flat over time. So in many cases, when you look at because this was something I was doing as I was going through it, when I looked at 2019 before COVID, and here where we are, 2025, we're lower. Where in some of the other areas with ELA and science, we're seeing a rebound. With math, we are not. It underscores the persistent achievement gaps that we're experiencing. In science, there's fluctuation, but unlike ELA and math, we are seeing progress over time with our student groups. And this is an important thing as we, continue to sustain our momentum and making sure we're providing that access to science, particularly in the elementary grades. I know that it's a standalone course in our secondaries, but in elementary, making sure we're able to fit science in. So overall, here is our improved areas. When you look at English language arts, overall, we saw it. We saw it in those grade groups, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th. These are the student groups below. And then again, where you see those highlighted, the African American, Filipino, and economically disadvantaged, those student groups experienced improvement across all ELA, math, and science. So now we're going to just touch briefly on our iReady test results from last year. So looking first at English, noticing where our students started at the beginning of the year, and in many cases doubling their proficiency by the end, so going from 16 to 32%. I also want to point out that at the end of the year assessment is taken after the CASP assessments. And so where we have the CASP window that typically opens up at the end of April, our iReady end of year exam will be at the end of May. And here's what it looks like for math. So doubled from 7 to 22%, with 44% of them experiencing improved levels. So to talk a little bit about the advanced placement exams. They're given each May by the College Board. And here we will see how many tests were taken last year, how many assessments were taken, the pass rates, and then how they compare to the global pass rates. What's not here, though, is how many students are enrolled in those courses, how many of those students enrolled take the assessment, and they don't have a breakdown by student group. So that's something that we will continue to look at and review to make improvements. And here it is by high school. Okay, so the reclassification of our English learners. Whereas before the pandemic, we had 509 reclassifications, dipping down in 2024 at 239. We saw a significant increase last year at 358, and we are continuing. We already have reclassifications that have occurred since the school year has started this year. So we expect that number to continue to rise, especially with the usage of the Optel assessment. So what are our commitments? And you heard a little bit about that this evening. Data is becoming more and more the center of every conversation that we have, both at the school site, at the district level. We are looking at ways that we can create, or looking for a method to develop a dashboard here locally, because we've still been relying on grabbing data from this source and then that source, and then trying to get it to our school sites so that they can have it in front of them to engage in those meaningful conversations. So we are exploring a platform that we can build here so that it's at our fingertips, that we can monitor it. We can always look at it as a point in time, both at the district and the site level, to monitor our progress. And so With that, I am opening it up for questions.
Any questions from my fellow trustees?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, Trustee Colwood.
So my question is for regarding more for the superintendent. So I know we're going to be reevaluating our math curriculum for AUSD for the upcoming year. So I noticed that our like what the data that was presented, math rates have stagnated in terms of CASP scores, which isn't which is a little bit disheartening. And I think that I wanted to ask if we can review CASP scores when we reevaluate math curriculum to ensure that students not only our scores don't merely stagnate, that that we do excel in math and that we can lead and be a shining example to other districts of what good math scholars look like. Thank you.
I just have a comment.
Yeah, Trustee Torres.
I know that the district pays for our AP testing, but a comment that I got brought up to me a few times, because I'm the ASB president of Antioch High. Students, if they don't want to take the test or aren't able to make the day, they have to come out of their pocket and pay for the test, or like a little bit of it. I think instead of just paying for everyone, I say we send out a survey and say, are you willing to take the test? And if so, the district will pay for you, so you guys aren't wasting your money, and then students don't have to come out of their pocket if they don't want to take the test. And I think that's just something that I wanted to bring up.
Thank you, that's great feedback. I'll bring that back.
Other Trustee Lathan?
Yes, I noticed in the data for the advanced placement chart, I think it's slide 24, that there were increases in the percentage of students who passed the AP assessments. So calculus A and B in Spanish language. Biology was very close, so I think it was like a 1% difference. But I wonder what are questions that you all are asking or we have asked as a district around how they're getting they're meeting the global pass rate or surpassing it, like for those specific courses.
For those ones, when I spoke with Director Betancourt, because she's the one that works with the school sites for this, that some of those courses are not courses that are offered. The students elect. These are students that are incredibly high achieving in math, and they took the test outside of the course, if that makes sense. Those courses aren't offered, and so they elected to take the assessment that's available through the College Board.
Got it. So they didn't learn, they didn't.
They didn't attend this course.
Okay. So there's nothing.
Because it wasn't offered.
The Spanish we have, right?
Yes.
So what, and if we haven't had those discussions, fine. What I'm trying to get at is, oftentimes we'll talk about the negative.
Negative
It's
things.
like,
What are the things that are
working and why is it working? So the two, we've acknowledged that they take it on their own and they're learning on their own somehow. The Spanish,
we have a lot of native Spanish speakers. I think they make up the bulk of the students that take this test and pass the exam.
I just have a clarification, because are you saying that we have students within our district that we don't give them calculus and they somehow manage to pass this test on their own independently?
There are some students that can petition to take the exam
Are they dual track?
outside of the courses that we offer.
Do we know if they're like dual track somewhere else? Like where are they learning calculus? Like
My understanding of these students, they are incredibly just math-minded and advanced. I don't know the courses beyond what they take in the high school and where they're getting that, but I can find that out.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
It's pretty amazing.
And it's impressive on the students' behalf.
Absolutely.
Is what I'll say.
Yes.
On the students' behalf.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
I have a comment.
Trustee Colwood.
To address Trustee Cobo-Smith's comment, I have heard of peers who have elected to take AP classes, AP tests outside of their classes. So at Doja Libby, for instance, we don't have as many APs as some other Antioch High schools, so some kids will just take a test at Antioch High or DV, because that is an option. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Oh, and then also, regarding standardized testing, I wanted to ask if you, any of the board members understood the process for getting the SAT, you know, having that become an option to take at schools, because at my school, Dozier Lippy, we don't have that as an option. So I spoke with some classmates, and so what you see a lot in education, right? So the SAT is around $68 a test, right? And so most people don't get the ideal score. That's where they want on their first test. So for instance, most students take around like 3, so that's $150. And so if a student is really, you know, goal-oriented, they want to get into, you know, a highly selective college, right? They would have to pay, you know, high, you know, sums of money out of their own pocket. And so I was wondering if, you know, getting that test incorporated into Dozier Lippy and, you know, evaluating what schools have it and don't have it, would be a good option. That way students can, you know, money, right, and geographical distance. For instance, I mean, I had to take mine in Stockton, Modesto, and so it just really, you know, it adds another barrier, because the test is, you know, like set like 8:30 in the morning, so having to, you know, travel such far distances does just, and, you know, money just adds another barrier to students succeeding in that, you know, in that regard. So I hope we can consider, you know, getting
Access
that.
was an
Yeah.
issue, and this year is the first year we've brought it back. And so Deer Valley will be the test center for the SAT 5 times during this school year. We just hosted it recently, and there's 4 more coming up. So knowing that that was an issue, that students were having to travel a long ways when you're already nervous and you're maybe, you know, have to get up early, and then that's always an extra challenge. But yes, we will, I think, once we get in the rhythm of that, we will explore being able to provide it during the day.
And then also possibly to Antioch High or Dozier Lippy if that's an option. Thank you.
Question a follow-up question to Gianni. Have you had SAT test prep here, or?
Test prep at my school, no.
No. Any
They
of
offer
the
that
students?
at any high school, I don't believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the closest district that offers it is Brentwood,
Okay.
and they just have it. And that's from their freshman year to their senior year, they're prepping.
Okay, thank you. That's something else.
Another thing we can
That could
explore.
create, like, you know,
Yes.
disparity, so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, this is just a report for information. There's no action on our part, so thank you so much. We'll move on to 7B, Immigration Resources and Supports for Families.
Good evening, everyone. I know we're running a little late, so I will get right to it. Board President Hernandez, Vice President Rocha, board members, and Dr. Williams. These are the resources that we are providing families in our schools in light of today's current climate. Oh, I got it. Here we go. So what we're going to talk about is just giving you the information on our immigration resources that are available to families in Antioch Unified. Ensure that all students feel safe and supported when they come to school, because that is a big contributor to our academic progress. And that's something that is very important to all of us. And I want to outline the key resources and guidance documents and strategies to assist school personnel and community members in the event that ICE does come to the school. And we want to emphasize the importance of preparedness and legal awareness for families if something does happen to that family, whether it's at the school or at home and their kids are at school. So the impact on student well-being in the challenges of immigration, it creates a lot of stress on students and their academic performance. It definitely affects their attendance, their engagement in the classroom, and on their mental health. The fear and absenteeism, families in fear of ICE. We have numerous families that do not want to come to school events. They're hesitant to send their kids to school because of the fear of ICE coming to the school, which is affecting our attendance rate, the absenteeism, and the reduced engagement. The legal aspect, the lack of legal resources. Many immigrant families don't have access to legal information or know how to gain access to that legal information. And support, the need for supportive school that can provide sensitive support systems and address immigration-related emotion and distress. So here's some of the key immigration resources that we've come up with. And this was in collaboration with the Ed Services team and AEA and some of our local resources. We've created a packet that will be going out to the schools. Every school will have access to this packet. The instruction will be to have this packet in the front so people can access it easily. But we're also directing the principals and administration, if you have a new family that is an immigrant family that you know of, to just give them this packet right from the beginning. So this packet contains the emergency preparedness tools, as you can see in the diagram up here. The care package includes red cards, which list the rights and the checklists for contacts and legal documents to prepare families for emergencies. Child care backup plans. Families are encouraged to designate trusted adults and communicate backup plans to schools for child safety and emergencies. Interacting with the authorities. Under CDE guidance, it emphasizes staying calm, remaining silent, and avoiding signing documents without legal counsel when dealing with immigrant officers. And legal supports and workshops. The care package also highlights access to legal representation and the Know Your Rights workshops in empowering families. So immigration enforcement at school. This has not happened here in Antioch yet, but we have been monitoring that. We have instructed staff to remain calm. First and foremost, remain calm. Notify that site administrator if ICE does come to the school, and the school should request documentation from that immigration officer. We've told them do not grant access to the school or the student information unless they have a judicial warrant or a legal approval. I have given the site administrators an example of what a judicial warrant looks like and a legal warrant, so if they're presented with that, it won't be something that's new to them. And incident documentation, we want them to document the officer's credentials, any actions that were taken, and notify the parents in their primary language unless it is legally prohibited. So there's also a quick reference for school officials that help them to guide that situation, because if ICE comes to your school, it's something that's unusual. It's something that they're not really prepared for. So we've given them this quick reference guide. Verification of the credentials. School officials must verify the credentials of the officer credentials that before cooperating or sharing. We just want them to know, hey, they should have their badge, their identification, badge number. We want to get that information just to make sure that they are who they are. We want to protect our student information. Students and family information should not be disclosed without any written consent or a valid court order. Legal consultation, consult legal counsel and document all enforcement requests before releasing any information. I put up there, if time permits. Sometimes if it's in the heat of the moment and ICE does come to school and they're acting right now, there may not be time to do that. And parent for notification and reporting, notify parents or guardians and report incidents to the relevant authorities as per the guide protocols. So they would call either myself, Dr. Wisely, or Jason Larson, or Christina Barra if someone does come to the school. And they've been really, really good with that if anything comes up. So how we are distributing this information to the public is through printed materials. We have resources printed in English and Spanish. If there is another language outside of English and Spanish, we do have this on the website, and the website can adjust to that language so that they can get it in their home language. We're also making this available at schools, as I said before, and we're also making this available at the Newcomer Center at Antioch High School. So usually all new students coming in that are immigrants, they are given information about the Newcomer Center that's at Antioch Middle School. So they can have that there. And we will have the district office for increased accessibility. So I have this in my office also. We have trained our site administrators on what we're talking about right now on the immigration protocols and what they need to do. And we'll be doing further trainer with office staff and site safety. The site safety piece is important because they will probably be the first people to come in contact with ICE should they come to our schools. We are planning to host some hybrid workshops with legal aid organizations and provide families direct access to immigration support and information. We wanted to do a hybrid because people are afraid to come to something in person, but we do want to give them the in-person option also if online is that where they feel more comfortable. And digital outreach channels, our information, there's some posted on our website right now, and we'll be continuing to post on our website. Right now, it's 2 clicks to get to this information. If you open up the website, you click on parents, you click on immigration resources, you will get all the resources that we have going right now. And these are the main things that are in the packet, which is the family preparedness document, and information on what to do if immigration enforcement comes to your school. And we also have the top 3 legal resources in our county, which is the Immigration Legal Resource Center, Stand Together Contra Costa, and the Know Your Rights red cards, which we just got. They look like that. So those will be at the Newcomer Center. They're in my office, and they'll be at the school sites. And so there is information for our schools. They also have a family preparedness package, so they can relay that to their families, what to do if immigration comes from a school official's perspective, and a contact list for site administrators and administrative assistants if something does happen. Right now, all of our principals and our vice principals have my personal cell phone. Some of the administrative assistants have my personal cell phone. They have Ms. Wisely's, Mr. Larson's, so we are always readily available if there is something that is going on. So our next steps is to implement the distribution plan, including the staff training, and partnering with legal aid organizations for effective resource implementation, respond quickly to reports of ICE in Antioch, contact Antioch Police Department for confirmation of ICE. So far, there's been 3 instances of ICE in Antioch that I was aware of. 2 reports weren't actually ICE. It was actually Antioch Police Department doing an undercover operation. There was one that was true. And when we get the reports, what I do is I contact APD because typically what ICE is supposed to do, they're supposed to contact the local police department and let them know they're conducting business in their jurisdiction. So the last one we had, which I believe was August 28th, that was actually ICE in Antioch. They were here from about 7:30 a.m. to about 8 a.m., and they notified Antioch Police Department. They were not on any school sites. They had a specific target that they were looking for, but it did not affect any schools. And we will continue to monitor ICE activity. We're going to follow up on all reports that come to us. As soon as they come in, myself or Ms. Wisely or Mr. Larson, we're contacting Antioch Police Department to verify if this is ICE and what their business is and where their business is, if they have that information. And then we report that out to Mr. Barra and the superintendent. And thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions from our trustees?
Yes, so I have a question. So I was wondering, so with, regarding precedent, right, we're, obviously in unprecedented times,
Yes.
especially with the administration's, recent evaluation that ICE can come onto schools, which is, completely new. So I was wondering if you're aware of any other incidences of other, school districts in the country that have experienced ICE, and I was wondering if there are any, like, outstanding cases. Like, what are the current standings with other districts in other states, especially, less friendly states to, the undocumented, like Texas, right? To what extent has ICE affected their districts? And so is it something we need to be very concerned about at the present moment?
To my knowledge, in the state of California, I have not heard of ICE coming to a school right now. Nationwide, I don't know if they've been in schools.
Okay.
Now, they might have been around schools, but I don't think they've been on campus. And they definitely haven't been on campus here. I don't, in LA, I'm not sure if they went into the school. I'm not sure. Then it will be in LA then.
Okay. And then one other thing was I wanted to know if it's possible we could have maybe, because you mentioned, I think it's great that we're working with administrators, with staff and teachers, but would something like an assembly at schools be useful for students? Because regarding personal rights, most, if you were to ask most students, I doubt they'd know exactly what their Fifth Amendment rights are, right, or Fourth Amendment rights to refuse illegal search and seizure, right? So I think maybe having a brief seminar on that, like school assemblies at lunch or during like advisory, what we have at my school. So something like that, could we consider that to further student engagement and knowledge of the pressing situation we're undergoing right now?
I think that's a great idea. We could definitely do something to make students more aware, particularly at the middle school and high school level, when they're walking home or they have to make their way to and from school on their own. They should know their rights. So, yeah, we can definitely work with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Trustee Cobo-Smith, did you have a comment?
No, I just wanted to just thank you for putting this together so quickly. It was very thorough, very informative. And I do want to also stress that being residents of California, that we have laws that are, that Rob Bonta, our, what is he? I can't even.
Attorney General.
There you go. Attorney General has put in place, and recommendations that come from him as well. That right now, in accordance with state rights, actually kind of supersede some of the more federal, the federal things that are coming forward that are impacting schools across the nation. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do.
Yes, Trustee Bryant.
I just wanted to add on to what Giovanni has said about, allowing education, like letting kids know about what's going on with the ICE and saying like, high school and middle school. I also think it should be younger because, they might be young, but they also should understand of like what's going on around them. I think we shouldn't keep just I don't know the word for it, but we shouldn't keep censoring these things for these kids. It could be put in a fun and an immersive lesson, but I also think that the younger kids should also understand of what's going on with the ICE and also teaching them how to be safe and watch out for their friends. If they have friends of like Hispanic or Latino, always look out for them, watch over them and, just make sure we just got a tight bond with the younger students too, like elementary and, however young or, that's all I want to add.
No, I tell you what I'm going to do. I will meet with the elementary, middle school, and high school principals, and we got to figure out a way to best present that, because we don't want to scare the little ones especially.
Oh, well,
And we don't want
yeah,
to scare.
of course not.
We don't, and so it is all about, like you said, how we present it. But, knowledge is power. And if we can give those kids the knowledge in a safe and non-threatening way, that could be powerful for them. Because they could be victims, because even though they might not be directly approached by us, but when they go home from school, it may happen to their parents. And so,
Right.
So we do have to prepare them for that. So no, that was a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Cooper, for the presentation. This is really helpful.
Thank you.
And then I'm getting the sense that I think we need a quick 5-minute break. Yeah. So if it's okay with all the trustees, we'll go ahead and recess for 5 minutes and come back at 10:26. And call us back to order at 10:26 PM. Maya, can you reestablish the quorum?
Trustee Cobo-Smith?
Here.
Trustee Dr. Lathan?
Here.
Vice President Rocha? Here. President Hernandez?
Here. Can we check that our student trustees are still here?
Did we lose anyone?
Okay, Student Trustee Danny Bookout?
Here.
And Student Board Member Kyron Bryant?
Here.
Student Board Member Gianni Colwood?
Present.
And Student Board Member Kaylani Torres?
Here, and it's Kailani Torres. Kailani.
Hi. Hi.
Great. All right. Moving on our agenda, there are no items that require a public hearing. There are no public presentations, and so we are on 10 consent items. Are there any questions on consent items or items that need to be pulled for a separate vote?
I have one question.
Yeah, Trustee Bryant.
It was brought to my attention during our recess about when we had the conversation about SATs and about prepping. It was brought to my from one of the people who work from our school that since we're like small, we get left out of like a lot of things. We don't get a lot of support like all the other schools do when it comes to certain academics. And I was wondering if we could also have that opportunity to get SAT prep testing and funding for certain things and programs and stuff like that, because it seems like, everybody kind of leaves us in the dust a little bit. Like attending the the college fair at Pittsburgh High School, it was said that we didn't have enough money to buy a proper bus for everybody, and they squished 3 schools onto one bus to go to this college fair. And I think that like all those other continuation and the private learning schools like Prospects, Live Oak, I think we all should get that type of funding and side from everybody, like how everybody gets it. I just think we should also get that light too when it comes to our schools.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think, so I think just to clarify like some process pieces here. So right now we're on consent items, and so we typically like cover things in terms of like what we're like talking about. But towards the end of this meeting, we'll have a section for future agenda items. So this maybe sounds like maybe a topic that may be worth spending more time talking about. So that'd be a good time to kind of bring that up. And then you're always welcome to reach out and work with Dr. Williams on things like that come up. To ensure whether that's something that we need to put on the agenda to talk about specifically, or whether that's something that maybe can be worked out through like a separate process. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, great. But definitely want to still encourage you all, keep bringing those kinds of things up. I know that we're all like learning and figuring out the different parts and pieces of how a board meeting runs.
Thank you.
Great. Any items on the consent calendar to discuss separately?
I have one.
Yeah.
I know it's for O and J, and I guess it relates to Q and P as well. I know Antioch High has gotten a lot of new things, like our track and field, and we got our tennis courts repainted. But our gym has been down since August of last year, and we've missed. So we are practicing in the hot small gym, and I don't know. And we got the field and the tennis courts. I know the tennis courts are easy, but I know that the field was lots of money, and that was expensive, and that got done in a matter of 2 months. And the gym has been like, it's finishing up in November, but that's also I feel like it's been put more on the back end, as like, it's an opinion from me because I'm a volleyball player, but I feel like it's been put on the back end instead of football. Like the football field got done like in 2 months when the gym has been down for months, and I feel like there's not like work getting done like there like constantly. It's just more of a competitive thing, but I thought it was worth bringing up.
No, definitely worth bringing up. Do we have any information as to maybe the timeline of that project?
Well, maybe I could have Miguel speak to it, but the gym had several things going on as opposed to the turf, just had the turf replenished. So we had to do it in sections, and I'll let Miguel speak to that.
So good evening. So definitely appreciate the question. So for the Antioch High School gymnasium, there was actually multiple elements or project as part of that. We had a new HVAC system installed, new roofing, new skylight. Some of those notice of completions are on there now. We are at the tail end of what remains. There's a lot of work happening in the lobby area. The new gym floor is actually in place. They're sanding it. There's actually also some long lead items such as the new bleacher systems. But all of that within the next month or so should be wrapping up. Our target is middle of November.
Any other, yes, Vice President Rocha?
I just want to say that I know that we go through this contracts for special education, but this is a large amount of money that I'm hoping people understand. We're taking care of our students regardless of the disabilities they have, and there is a money that goes along with it, and we're there to take care of them, but this time it shows how much we're doing it.
Great. Unless there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented. Yes, Trustee Callaway.
Oh, sorry. One comment was on, I was wondering if I could have a brief summary on exactly what Decotech is and their cabling voltage services are.
What item is that?
It's consent item E.
Consent item E, okay. And then what was your question again?
So, do they provide the networking for all of AUSD?
They repair and replace, but they don't provide all of it. So they're one of many vendors that we have working on repairing our cabling.
Okay, thank you.
And just a follow-up question, please?
Yeah, Trustee Lee.
What does repairing the cabling do?
Helps us have better connectivity.
So faster service, things like that?
Wi-Fi, yeah.
Okay, for the whole district?
Because it's aging, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then I'd like to mention that one of the main concerns of at my school, for instance, Doja Libby, has been the Wi-Fi. So I think that that's something of big importance. And I know other schools have big issues with, because speaking from personal experience and also just experience of like my entire school really, is that a lot of people tend to default to using their phones more in class because the Wi-Fi doesn't work great on the computers, because oftentimes their phones have better connectivity than computers do. So I think that working with Decotech and then also investing more and passing items like this to increase Wi-Fi speed will be really big and important for like educational retention for students at Doja Libby and then other high schools as well.
Great, so unless there's other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve all consent items A through AN. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Moving on to 11 action items. So we have item A, the board goals. So during the last September 10th special board meeting was a governance workshop where the board put together the goals that they have for the upcoming year and to guide us moving forward. These goals are very strategic and focused on a few areas that are broadly of big importance, acknowledging that there's a lot of work to do kind of across the school district. These board goals really form a foundation of which we're going to continue to kind of build on. I will, I think, let's jump us to the very end of the slideshow, and I'll just go through the 3 goals. Oh, so you can go back 2 more slides. And I'll just run us through the 3 goals, and then what's before us is just as a board to formally approve that these are the goals that we're focusing on. So the first area here is under special education, of which the board goal is to accelerate the performance of all students by addressing barriers and opportunities in special education. And some of the ways that we'll begin doing this through the indicators is to complete a root cause analysis of the referral process and pre-referral supports, as well as integrate financial and logistical reviews to strengthen service delivery and resource use. And then the superintendent goal piece is a piece that will work with Dr. Williams to ensure it gets refined to exactly align with both our goals and then the goals of the district. So right there is just kind of the proposed version of the goal there as we continue to work on that piece. But the real important part is the board goal. The second goal is academic achievement. So the board goal is to ensure instructional programs to prepare all students for the demands of college, career, and life. And the indicator for that one is to conduct an academic review and analysis of programs, practices, and curriculum to identify any challenges and barriers to accelerating student achievement. And then under goal 3, school climate and culture, the board goal is to strengthen systems and protocols to ensure safe and supportive learning environments. The indicators that we'll use to achieve that is to 1, examine systems solutions to security and bring forward recommendations, review safety protocols, and update the district-wide safety plan. And then the next is to conduct a district-wide culture and climate study like we just finished approving. And so as you can see, these goals cover some wide areas, but I do acknowledge that there's lots of things we could focus on, but these are the kind of things that we'd like to focus in on as a board, and then that these indicators here really form a foundation of being able to actually see, first understand what's going on and then be able to actionably move on what we learn through these indicators. So with that, any questions? Otherwise, we just have to approve these as a board. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the board goals as presented.
I move approval of the our board goals.
Great. Is there a second?
A second.
Great. So it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the board goals as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Moving on to B, so similarly, the board put together the governance calendar through that governance meeting and through discussions between myself and Dr. Williams. So attached here is our board governance calendar, which kind of outlines the kinds of things that we'll be focusing on in each of the board meetings that we have. And currently the board governance calendar attempts to kind of separate the things by the different job area. But this, again, does not necessarily encompass the entirety of what we'll have from meeting to meeting, as we'll still have new things come up, but this gives us a big overview of the kinds of things that are coming in the future and what our focus will be during these different board meetings that we have. So unless there's any question on the board governance calendar, I'll entertain a motion to approve the board governance calendar as presented.
I actually have some suggestions or recommendations to include on the board governance calendar.
Yeah, trustee Lathan.
So in terms of being student-focused, first of all, I'm glad that we have this draft and the goals, so this is amazing for us. And in terms of being student-focused, just a few areas to include, this is a discussion, of course, attendance updates, so either semester or quarterly from just the district, even if it's just a quick, here it is. Suspension and expulsion data updates would be great. However, and I'm, open to how the district presents it, either by school or just overall total. student progress and staff implementation data. So for example, UFly has been a big kind of initiative that we've had. And then other student data, progress monitoring, kind of, information that they can share. Most boards get that information like per semester. So that would be great. Also, I know that we have a group of people who will do the annual report for the bond measure. And I would still love to have, even if we have like twice a year, construction updates by school facility, so that we can know like what's happening. And then lastly, actually, no, two more things. One is superintendent evaluation. We don't have that on here, just so that we can have the mid-year and the end-of-year evaluation posted on there. Of course, that's closed session items, but we need to have it calendared. And then finally, program effectiveness. At the end of each school year, myself and sometimes other board members ask when we're approving all these contracts from outside providers like contractors. We ask often, like, should we continue to invest in this program or this, whatever it is, consultancy? And we don't, and it would be nice if we had information so that we can know, like, yes, you should. And here, some school districts, what they'll do is they'll present, like, here, we worked with this consultant and here are the outcomes. Or we worked with this program, the after-school program, and here are the outcomes. Even if it's just something quick, but so that we can make informed decisions as we are approving contracts. So those are my recommendations. And I did send them all in an email, because it's a lot of information.
Got it. I think, and maybe I'll ask Superintendent Williams, because I think a few of those things, right, especially the data pieces, sound to me like could work better in terms of like information that's sent to us, especially if it's very quick. It doesn't sound like that would be like actionable work, which I think is, when we're talking about a governance calendar, I think that's really what we're focused on, is the actionable pieces. I do think the evaluation piece, I think that actually does make sense to be included in the governance calendar. Yeah, at least that's my thought on those items. I'm not sure, Superintendent Williams, if you have thoughts on like best practices when it comes to the governance calendar and those pieces.
Thank you. I agree. Some of the items, one, I need clarification around in terms of the program evaluation, just to what degree. And then we can make the determination, is that best for a Friday update or weekly update, or is it a presentation or a combination of both? And so if I can get more information about what that looks like, we will propose something, of course, and then you can let us know if that meets your expectations. The other piece is just about, yes, the bond measures, we could put that's standard. The attendance updates, that's standard. Basically, it was just about the program evaluation and what those expectations might be. And then we will, it's a spider, I'm sorry. Get bit.
You pushing them over here.
Well, I know. Sorry about that. So anyway, we can go ahead and add those things if that is the interest of the board. And then we can, if it's okay, get more clarity around the program evaluation. And because that could be pretty huge depending on, is it every program? Is it some programs?
Yeah.
Or, yes, with a caveat.
Okay.
Great, yeah. Everyone okay with that?
Yes, except I would like to push back on the academic piece. Part of our work, one of our goals is around academics. And so even if it's twice a year, just update on iReady or any of the academic assessment students are taking, so that we can have a monitoring system, right? And so it could come in the form of a Friday update, but I think the best part would be if we actually had some either like presentations or something that we can monitor, and we're not waiting until August of each year to get like, oh, this is how students have performed. So what I see in boards that are pretty strong is that they get frequent updates on student academic progress.
Any other comments, questions?
I'm in favor of that, and I'm in favor of it, and I thought that was kind of our understanding already, that we were going to get these more frequent updates. And so I guess my question is more like a clarifying, so like, are we, what we're saying right now is, not only are we going to get these reports, but we're asking now that they're being put on the calendar now? Is that what we're asking?
Yes, so part of the governance calendar is so we can know when to expect information. From the district staff, or when there's something due that we need to do. And so if we don't have it calendared, then we won't know, like the staff won't know when to be prepared, when to do a presentation or when to share the information. And it helps us with just progress monitoring.
Yeah.
To have a timeline.
Yeah. I think it's fair.
All right, then, I'll entertain a motion to approve the calendar as presented with the direction given.
Make a motion to approve.
A second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the governance calendar as presented and with the added direction that was given to staff. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Next, we have item C, the Board Governance Handbook, so I will turn it over to Trustee Cobo-Smith and Trustee Lathan.
Oh, we're presenting?
What number? Yeah, we did know that, but it's late. What area, what number is it again, President Hernandez?
11C.
Thank you. All right, 11C. So we had our board governance workshops, and they have been absolutely, from my experience, great with the consultant to work with us on certain things. And part of the work has been around creating a board governance handbook so that we will have an official one. So for ourselves to be able to refer to, but also in the, when we get new board members, we have that as a resource. So we worked on it as a body a couple of weeks ago, as a governing body, and we just added a few items. So thank you to Dr. Williams and also the consultants that worked with us on this. They gave us a template. So you can basically see everything that's there in terms of the table of contents. So we have elements of effective governance, Antioch Unified School District unity of purpose, governance roles, creating and sustaining positive governance culture. So we just went through the template and added some specific pieces that are related to our school board. For example, we added our bylaws at the very end in the appendices, and we updated some other parts that are in blue. So on page, I don't think they have page numbers, but like page 3 or 4, we added to the unity of purpose, accountability and systems transformation, and some other areas. I don't know if you guys want me to read through all of them, but the whole goal is for us to be unified around our handbook and to hopefully approve it tonight. And or add anything or take anything out that you see that you don't want in there.
I think, so I'll add to what Dr. Jagg shared. Because I'm still not clear, and I kind of asked this question when we were doing the editing with Angelina, and she wasn't really that sure. Are we going to develop separate norms? Because there is one specific thing that I've seen as a norm with other boards, because, we read the book, and there was a norm that I really feel strongly about that I would like to have discussion about. And so then if we're going to create separate norms, I will leave that out, and then I can just talk to some of the edits that we created.
I can give you my suggestion, which is let's just add it to the book. So if you have some norms you want to add, I would say let's have a discussion about it and
Yeah, one of the norms that I saw, I think it was North Monterey County, that was an example in the book that we were reading. They talked about making it a norm that they would be willing, each board member and cabinet member would be willing to take risks for the students. And I just really felt strongly about that. I thought it was a good premise. It was like, we're here for our students, and we should be more actionable on their behalf. You know, we saw today some of our outcomes, and I'll be really honest, I didn't speak about them because they were so disheartening. And I just get really tired of beating the drum and reminding people of where our numbers really are. And I just know that the change that is going to be necessary is going to be strong, actionable change. And I would also like to create an environment where we're not afraid to fail. Right? Because when you take those strong, big risks, sometimes you do get it wrong. And so then how do we collectively as a system then pivot to correct our direction, right? And just being able to have those meaningful conversations in a robust way, in a spirited way that moves us in those directions. So I know that's just a lot. And like I said, I did bring it up with Angelina, and we just kind of weren't sure if we were going to set up separate norms or not. But the thing that I would really like to add was that the board members would be willing to have those spirited conversations, and that they would be willing to take risks on behalf of students.
We have in here, I wonder if you can add some language, Trustee Smith. At the end somewhere we have, I think we called them norms. Yeah, we did. I'm looking for the page number. At the end, governing norms. So my suggestion would then be for, maybe for you to draft that part. So unfortunately, we don't have page numbers on here.
Oh, here they are. They did, you guys,
Yeah.
you did add them.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize, I didn't see.
Yeah, so if you can add, maybe my suggestion would be to like add one. We have student-centered as a norm, civility, respect. So, yeah, that would be my suggestion, is to add it, and then we can add it, write it, and then we can add it later.
Yeah, I actually had a lot of edits to this that didn't get, because we did not address these with Angelina at the time. I actually have more edits.
Okay,
So it sounds like maybe let's bring
Push the
this
whole
back
back.
at our next meeting.
Yeah.
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 All right, is everyone good with postponing this to like our next meeting that's coming up?
Yeah.
Is that enough
Yes.
time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
October 29th.
Yeah.
Great. So maybe let's just, I guess, make this cleaner. So I'll make a motion to postpone the approval of the governance handbook to our October 29th meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to postpone the approval of the board governance handbook to the October 29th meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Moving on to D, our 2024-25 unaudited actuals. I'll turn it over to Liz Robbins.
So I will try and make this quick since it's really late. So, okay. And I just want to start by thanking my staff, my amazing staff, where we're closing the books, we're developing a budget, we're doing all the things, and we're working in 2 years. And I appreciate Mia, who's hanging out till 11 o'clock just to help support in case I can't answer a question. So thank you, Mia. Okay, this is the 24-25 unaudited actuals. It's a snapshot of our financial performance and position before it undergoes the actual audit, and the actual audit will come to you, which we're working on now with our independent auditors, and will come to you in January. So our enrollment for 24-25, so this is not going to talk about budget, this is going to just talk about how we ended the year. So this is all pretty much actuals. So enrollment for the 24-25 increased by 218. So that's a really good trend to start, and we're hoping that this year is going to continue. I'm not quite sure it is, but fingers crossed. So when we look at these numbers, we compare it from CalPADS to CalPADS date, which is around the beginning of October. So there's our enrollment. So in addition to our enrollment increasing, our ADA also did increase. So our actual attendance percentage is still about hovering over a little 90%, which is the same as last year. for the last 2 years, but we did increase our attendance for funding purposes by 149. Prior to COVID, our attendance was around 93, closer to 94%. So we still have some room to grow, and that could help our revenue grow. So we're going to go look at the general fund, the unrestricted and the restricted. So overall, we're looking at the comparison of how we thought we were going to end the year when you approved the budget in June versus how we actually ended the year. So overall, there wasn't a lot of change at the bottom line. So you can see our revenues were a little bit lower. That's mainly for deferred revenue. Our expenditures were slightly higher, and our ending fund balance decreased slightly by 0.1%. So not a lot of change, but I'll talk about the individual changes in just a moment. I will mention, though, this decrease, so typically that's what you hear everybody say, is that our ending fund balance grows at the end of the year because we have money that falls that we thought we were going to spend and we didn't. So me and I were a little bit more aggressive with trying to keep our budgets tighter. And so as a result, it decreased, which this is the first time in 20 years it decreased and didn't increase. But in any way, so here's our revenue sources. We have our 4 different categories in which we record our revenue. So when we look at estimated versus unaudited, again, not much change overall. There was very little change to the LCFF. We had some decline in federal and other state, and then we had an increase of local revenue. So the federal revenue is more of a deferred revenue. It's not a decrease in revenue. So what that means is that we're deferring it to the next fiscal year. So we take it out of the books for the 24-25, and then we will be doing an entry in our budget for this fiscal year and adding it back. We had some Title I and CSI deferrals for that. Our state revenue, we had a combination of increases and decreases, even though we had an overall of a decrease. We increased our lottery revenue and our home-to-school transportation by about $1 million. But then we also are deferring revenue from K-12 strong workforce, the TK, and the Golden State Pathways. So that's the combination of what's going on in the state and federal. In our local revenue, again, we have a slight increase, but we had some increases and we also had some decreases. The increases were primarily to interest income, which is a little over $600,000. We had some fair market value adjustments. Medi-Cal billing came in about $500,000 higher than what we expected, and we usually don't book that revenue until we actually get it. Our CTIG, we got additional $278,000 in special ed revenue. Some of our decreases, again, it's deferring the revenue, it's not falling to the ending fund balance, is some of our grants that we got for peer-to-peer and restoring peace and reducing harm. So overall, that is the change in our revenue. So now we're going to move on to our expenditures, and these are the categories in which we record our expenditures. So for salary and benefits, so this is classified certificated salaries and benefits, you can see that we had an increase of $1.5 million, and that's primarily due to most of the summer school programs. A lot of that was ELOP. We had some extra hourly payroll that came in at the end of the year, and it doesn't mean that we didn't have the money, but we recategorized it from different categories of expenditures. So we reduced our books and supplies, and then we put it into salaries. So sometimes sites might have money in their supplies, but then they have extra hourly timesheets that come through that weren't in their salary budget, and so then we do a budget adjustment and reclassify it. So overall, our expenditures increased by about $1.2 million. So this is just a summary of our overall revenues and expenditures between estimated and unaudited. You can see that our ending fund balance is decreasing by $661. So we were pretty good overall as far as what changed. But I do want to make a note that we spent down about 30% of our ending fund balance. Part of that was intentional, and part of that is one-time money that we got in 24-25. So this is a description for you guys to have later on for explaining exactly what the increases and decreases by each category. This is all the revenues. Here's the salaries and benefits and which program increased or decreased, and then our services and our capital outlay. You have a question?
No.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to show you a slide that just how we ended the year between the restricted and unrestricted. So now I'm breaking it out. I just went through it as a combination, but I just want to remind everybody, unrestricted funds are monies that school districts can use for any legal educational purpose. There are no strings attached in terms of how money must be spent beyond the basic legal and ethical guidelines. So districts have broad discretion on how to allocate it. It's used for the core operational expenses, but it must still align with district goals, such as the LCAP. And the unrestricted piece, again, is our LCFF. That's the largest unrestricted pot of money. Restricted, on the other hand, are monies that must be used for specific purposes as defined by the funding source. So usually it's a state or a federal grant. There's strict spending rules, and they have a lot of reporting and compliance attached to it. So as we look at the 24-25 unaudited actuals, you can see our restricted is in this column, our unrestricted, and this is our combined, what we just talked about. So you can see that we are deficit spending here, both in the unrestricted and the restricted side. The restricted side is higher due to one-time revenue. So this is what we need to fix when we look at the multi-year, because we don't want a deficit spend in our unrestricted. And then this is a comparison of what our estimated actuals looked like, our unaudited, and what our original budget. So you can just kind of go along and see what we expect in the current year and how we're spending down our ending fund balance. So this is an important piece to explain the ending fund balance, because that's usually the question is, why do you have money left over? And what are the components? So it's very important to understand what the components are. So we talked about that we had about $61 million of money that's being into the 25-26 school year. In the center here, you can see this is the legally restricted. So these are all the restricted programs, and these are the amount of monies that we're carrying over. So we ended the year, this is not deferred revenue, this is actually carryover revenue. So these programs will have revenue sitting on the books as an ending fund balance when we close the books, and then we go and we update the new budget with the new balances. We have our economic uncertainty. We want to always remain at least 3%. It would be nice if we can get a higher percentage, but at now we'll be at 3%. We have our other assignments. This is the unrestricted piece of the ending fund balance that we have assigned for purposes. Now, this is home to school transportation. It's unrestricted resource technically, but it's restricted. And then our other restrictions are supplemental and concentration, our dental and vision, and our medical. So this is the money that we are carrying over for this year to pay for half of the year of the health benefits and dental for the employee groups. Okay, so that's general fund, and I'm moving on to other funds, unless you guys want to stop for questions. No, keep going, she says. Okay. Other funds, I'm not going to go over them, but here's the definition of all the other funds that we operate within the district. The general fund is the one that we just discussed. It's the largest operational fund. We have all these other funds that we operate. Here's a summary of the revenues and expenditures that came in throughout the year, and then what the ending fund balance is going to be when we close the book. So we'll update the current year's budget. You can see that deferred maintenance still has a little ending fund balance. Fund 21 is our bond fund. Fund 25 is our developer fees, and Fund 40 is for capital outlay. I do like to call attention to our child nutrition fund, Fund 13. She does an amazing job with our food services, and we, because this fund can't continue to carry over money, so we have to come up with a spending plan. And so part of the money will go towards buying equipment for our new cafeterias that we're building. So she could help contribute to the bond. So our bond funds could go a little bit further on facilities, and we can use some of that money to help get the equipment. So for the next steps, we would need to incorporate the 24-25 unaudited actuals into the 25-26 budget. So that means we have to update the beginning fund balances, We have to update our revenues based on how we ended the year. I will go in and I will update the 25-26 multi-year, so we'll take the assumptions that we have now and we'll go out 2 years. We will adjust the budget revenues to reflect the new grant fundings and the updated LCFF as things change. We revise our expenditures as we do throughout the year because we have new contractual obligations, just like you approved a contract tonight. I have to go in now and find the money and put it in the budget because we did not have it in the budget. So there's several of those things that we need to make sure that we're updating the budget. We have to ensure that our position control is accurate. So now that we have almost everybody hired, we have to make sure that they're in the system at the right site, and so we have it budgeted correctly. We continue to do the budget reduction process to identify the cost-saving measures with a target of about $6 million. That's the one we talked about at the budget adoption for fiscal year 26-27. So we still have that target of $6 million, and we'll see if that number changes. And then as we see the ending fund balance continue to decline, we need to monitor it closely. So this is just our timeline, and that's it for me.
Great. Any questions from my fellow trustees? Otherwise, I'll entertain, yes, Trustee Colwood.
I did have one quick question. I was wondering, as I was wondering, there was, obviously a decrease in enrollment from, I calculated the slope from the 2019 through 2020 school year, and we were losing an average of around 178 students a year. And I was wondering, what the circumstances for that.
So we have been declining, but the year that we closed out is the year that we actually increased.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's turning back up.
It's turning back up,
Okay.
yes. So
Thank you.
we're keeping our fingers crossed that that's going to be our new trend. But this district has not seen an increase in several years.
But then with an increase of enrollment, our revenue would increase to accommodate for different,
Yep.
contracts and whatnot.
Yes, for
Okay.
additional staffing, because we need more
Yeah.
students, we need more teachers, so yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the unaudited actuals as presented.
I move approval.
A second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the 2024-25 unaudited actuals. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes.
I'd like to make a comment that this, Mrs. Robbins, this was an excellent report. One thing about the way you present it is that it makes it understandable and that we know where we have to go and where we might be short. And so thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you for all the work on this, and thank you, Mia, for all the work that you provide on this, too, for staying so late.
Thought she was going to get out quick.
Great, so next we have the stipulated expulsion, 25.26001. So this is the public portion of the part that was discussed from closed session. So I will entertain a motion to approve the stipulated expulsion.
I make a motion to approve.
Great, is there a second?
Second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to accept the stipulated expulsion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on next to items for information, discussion, and action by board. We have item A, the participation in the California School Boards Association Policy Development Workshop. So this is a policy workshop. It's a 2 to 3 day session, currently scheduled to be from October 14th through the 16th. And it's supposed to be to support review and update of our district policies and the related documents. So this is going to be a collaboration between CSBA and up to 2 board members and additional staff that we have here. So we'll review all the board policies, administrative regulations, board bylaws, and exhibits. And so we'll make sure that all of our policies kind of get up to date through that workshop. So what we have before us is we need to choose 2 board members to participate in this. So is anyone interested in and available to participate in this? Up to, okay.
You said 14 through 16?
Yeah.
Participate in what exactly?
So this is a board policy development workshop. So it's so we have a number of different policies, and it's been a while since we've gone through and actually looked at them and updated them to make sure that they're kind of all up to date. So we'd be working with people from the California School Boards Association, which is a nonprofit organization that provides support to school boards in California, and they'll help us go through the different policies that we have and update those.
My schedule doesn't allow for that.
Unfortunately, we'll be unable to. I'm on the City Schools Committee and doing some other projects, so I won't be able to do that, be on that committee.
What was that? Okay, it sounds like actually we all might not be available for those particular set of dates, so we may have to go back to the California School Boards Association and see other dates that are available. That's something.
Is that an option?
I mean, I think if none of us are available, I mean, I think that's the only option.
Oh. Okay.
Does that make sense? Is that the?
Yeah, I mean, we can move forward as just staff. We can move forward with staff.
Okay.
We would like to have a board member
Oh, I
there.
see. Okay, okay,
Yes,
okay.
but we can move forward with.
Okay.
Just
It's
our
still
staff.
on those days, just with staff. Okay,
Still
so,
on
it's not-
those.
so we don't
We'll go
require a board
forward.
member having there. Okay, so as long as that's okay with, I think, the board here, which I think I'm okay with that, we can still, then just kind of, do we need to approve this participation here?
No, only if you were selecting.
Board member.
A board member to participate.
Pardon me? I was wondering, sorry, my systems are down, so I can't exactly see the thing. Yeah,
okay, I might.
I was wondering, what exactly would that entail, because I can't see the dates.
Yeah, do you all have more details? Sorry.
Like, if you have them, like, written down?
Yes, the dates are what we are doing. We're reviewing updated board policies, and so we're going to look together and see if we need to customize any of the policies or if we accept them as they are. So you go through updates with Gamut, part of Gamut and part of CSBA. They give you updated policies for all districts. And so then that's what we're going to go through. As the laws change, policies are updated. And so it's a workshop to review all of the policies from all of the series, and then for us to determine if we're going to say, okay, this is going to work for our district, or if we need to modify anything to meet the expectations and the goals of our district, but within the law.
Got it. Yeah, and Trustee Caldwell, it sounds like you're interested. I think it would make sense. Definitely reach out to Superintendent Williams, and we could figure out, the time commitment of that and what that could look like for you to attend that.
So I do have some more questions. So, because I'm available for 2 out of the 3 dates. Would that be helpful? And so, because it is something that's going to happen in-house here.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was under the impression there was a workshop we were going to have to
No.
travel to. Okay.
We're here.
Okay. So I can make it for the 14th and the 16th, just not the 15th.
Okay, all right. So you want to approve her participation?
Yeah. Great. So I'll make a motion to have Trustee Cobo Smith participate in this workshop to the extent that she's available.
All right, thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
I just wanted to add, sorry. I too thought it was like somewhere else. I guess we should have asked clarifying questions. I can come on the 15th.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll say, so I'll amend my motion. I'll make a motion for both Trustee Cobo Smith and Trustee Lathan to attend as they're available. Is there, and then Trustee Caldwell seconded. So then, is he able to say, actually?
Preferential,
okay,
so
so-
he can do, yes, but someone else needs to do it as well.
Needs to do the second, okay. Yeah, so I do need a second from, great, so it's been properly moved and seconded. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no, and the motion passes. Great. So next, moving on to, there are no resolutions for first reading, and resolutions for immediate action. We have item A, Resolution number 2025-2626, the GANN appropriation limit for 2025-26. And I'll turn it over to Liz Robbins to give us a little bit of
Yes, that's, it's part of the unaudited actuals. It's an annual resolution that does the appropriations for the funding with the state.
Perfect. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Move approval.
A second.
Great. So it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the resolution of the GANN appropriation limit. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Next, we have Resolution 2025-2627, authorizing provisional internship permit, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Whereas the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing authorizes the issuance of a provisional internship permit to an employee who meets the minimum requirements and who requires additional time to meet the subject matter competence needed to enter an internship program. Now therefore be it resolved that the following teachers meet the above criteria and are authorized to apply for a provisional internship permit to complete their assignments for the 25-26 school year in Antioch Unified School District. Thank you.
Great. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Move approval.
A second.
Great. So it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the resolution authorizing provisional internship permit. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. And then next we have Resolution 25-26-28, naming district representatives and authorizing participation in state allocation board administered programs. And I'll turn it over to Associate Superintendent Liz Robbins.
Yes, hi, thank you. So this resolution allows our new staff, Miguel, Director of Facilities, Eric Weiss, Director of Maintenance, and Aaron Heck, to sign on behalf of the district for our Office of Public Instruction.
Great, perfect. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
I move approval.
Second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the resolution naming district representatives and authorizing participation in state allocation board administered programs. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. There are no resolutions for second reading and action. We do have one board policy for first reading. It is item A, revised board policy 6174, education for English language learners. So this will be coming back to us, but if there's any questions that people have right now, now would be a good time. But again, this will come back to us at a future meeting.
I do have a question
Yeah,
about this.
Trustee Cobble-Smith.
So my question is, so I emailed it, but I do want it just to be discussed publicly. So is this the policy that has historically prevented students who are English learners from engaging in extracurricular activities? And if so, that was not my reading of the document, so what are we doing to correct that?
So this is for students that are required to receive English language development by law based on their levels. What the addition for first read is really bringing in language around long-term English learners. But in our system, in our secondaries, and for example, like 7th grade, students have to take a standalone health course, which then can create an issue for students. So that's something that we will be looking at, as well as some of our CTE pathways that create limitations based on our current master scheduling. So we'll be exploring ways in which we can mitigate that issue so that students have access to their electives.
Okay. And just to clarify for my other board members, like, were you guys aware that, like, our English learners were not allowed to, like, sign up for band and stuff like that?
Yeah, because they are not allowed, they can only have English. You can't have an alternative, you can't have a second.
But not based on the policy, is my point.
The
So, like,
policy's
where
not
did this structure come from, I think is the is the question.
The policy isn't the issue as much as the way our master scheduling. And so having 6 period days and having to find ways around so that we can provide those opportunities. So we'll be working with our labor partners and teachers at the secondary in particular to find ways, some opportunities for our students to have better access.
Thank you.
My concern from the very beginning, you heard my issue, is that when they come in, as parents come in, they have to, the first question is, what language do you speak at home? Of course, the parents speak Spanish, but maybe the child doesn't. But the child is written down as Spanish speaking, and now they have to test out. That's when they get caught as they go up and they can't get out of that system. Then they get into the junior high and they can't get that extra item so they can have band and music and et cetera. That's one other way that's affecting them. But I know, it's a state issue.
I think I have a comment.
Yeah,
if I could
Trustee Colwood.
helpful. I've spoken with a lot of my, maybe like 4 of my classmates have actually encountered issues with that, where they're like fluent in English, and English was their first language, but at home, they talk in Spanish, obviously. And then it's like, they're totally fluent in English, more so than Spanish, but then they are stuck in that. So some kids who are, bright, talented, who might want to do art or band can't pursue those, because of that. So I think that is something we should address.
Sure.
And it's
I don't know, I've brought this up before, if a district can work around it so that when the parent doesn't have to be asked that question, so that they don't get caught in that system. But that's my opinion.
So I know that we just said so Ms. Ibarra said that she's working with the high school teachers to figure out ways to adjust the master schedule to ensure the students are English learners, multilingual learners, have access to, other courses that they're interested in taking. And I also feel like we're in this cycle, we bring it up, like it's been brought up over the years. And so I want to know, like, how do we move past this conversation to we've actually implemented some actions where students can, where all of our students have access. So it might not be today, but I'm noticing a pattern. We just keep saying it and you guys keep saying, yeah, it's a master schedule. Like, we got to change it. So what do we do? Bring it back? Okay.
Yeah, I think acknowledge that, right, we have new district leadership and new changes, so.
Okay.
Great, so this policy will come back to us at another point. There are no board policies for second reading and action. We have one item under information items for general information. It's Administrative Regulation 5126, Awards for Achievement. Again, this is for our information. Is there any questions? Or maybe just a quick summary on it?
So we had previously in the spring had added dual enrollment courses to be weighted in the GPA. And so this is only now including concurrent enrollment. We're adding that in as well.
Great. So if there's no questions, we'll go ahead and move on. Next is future agenda items from board members. So this is the area where any trustee can add any possible future agenda items. Does anyone have any future agenda items they'd like to add or discuss?
I believe I do.
Yeah,
So,
the college.
I mentioned it earlier, but I think it was, said it sort of the wrong, inappropriate time in the meeting. So it's both Wi-Fi and then also with general connectivity technology. So at Doja that's really the main issues. I did once I was elected, I did a poll. I made a Microsoft form about it, and then I also held a town hall to have people come and to share their feedback. And so the large issue, I asked, so out of 15 students who responded to a particular question, is Wi-Fi the largest barrier you face to learning? Every single one said yes. So I think that does speak to the extent to which it's something that's detrimental, not having access to adequate Wi-Fi. So I think I'd like to add addressing network and infrastructure concerns to our next meeting schedule.
Yeah, so maybe we can have, get some information on, how our different school sites are doing when it comes to Wi-Fi connectivity and see if there's maybe any inequity or places that are struggling a little bit more.
Because Doja Libby, for instance, is quite rural, compared to other schools in Antioch. So obviously, other schools also have some issues, but particularly when we're, further out, it's, harder to connect. And then also we have some issues with our Chromebooks at times because some of them are outdated and whatnot. So I think general technological infrastructure, if we can put that as a agenda item.
Great, yeah. So we'll add that to the list. And so how it works is, it sounds like up here, we're all in agreement that that's something that we'd be okay with moving forward because everything has to be by majority of the board. And so we'll add that on to future agenda items. And then depending on both staff ability to kind of get this information and kind of where it fits on our governance calendar should be coming forward at a future meeting date. So it might not be our very next meeting, but it'll definitely be sometime in the future, and it'll be added to the running list of things that we have.
And I don't have anything personally, but I would like to add what Trustee Bryant brought up since she had to leave. She wanted to talk about the inequities that she feels that she's felt at Bidwell. And maybe if we could look into some of that, making sure that they also have the SAT prep, all the information necessary to get them what they need so that they don't feel like they're left out of the loop.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe that topic is kind of like SAT prep, like across the district and kind of looking at inequities there. I'm kind of trying to reshape it to make sure that we're looking at like a district lens versus like honing in on a specific school.
Yeah, and we could probably just look at all the high school sites, right, and just see like who has access. Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Great. So then moving on to 20 additional comments, which exceeded the first 30-minute session limit. I don't believe we have any. I do. Oh, yes. Yes, please. I guess we won't necessarily have a speaker card, but yeah, typically for these, we ask people to like submit a speaker card, and then we'll like take it. But feel free to just come up here, and then we'll give you 3 minutes.
So good evening, and it's almost good morning. Good evening and almost good morning, everyone. I had wanted to mention this when all the other student board members were here, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. To the student board members, scholars, I commend you on your courage and bravery on pursuing this new position. I know that you will be a positive and impactful in the community. To Gianni, I'm proud of the leader you are and the leader you are becoming. I love your passion and advocacy you have in healthcare and education. I am honored and proud to be your mom. Continue being you and shining your light. The world needs more people like you. I'm excited and looking forward to what the future has in store for you. Thank you.
And next, moving on to 21 reports and comments from board members and the superintendent. So at this time, board trustees can report out and comment on committees and various things that they've been doing in their role as board members. So maybe today we'll start off with Trustee Lathan.
Yes, thank you. So City Schools Committee, Trustee Coble-Smith and I are on that committee, as well as 2 city council people. And we went through some vision exercises and came up with Whole Child, Whole Community. One of the purposes of the City Schools Committee is for the city and the school district to just find some common ground and some alignment around like a vision for what we want prenatal through senior citizens. And because our students are impacted, of course, by what happens in the city and then vice versa, right? The community is impacted by schooling, the decisions we make, academic outcomes, behavior, like we are all interconnected. So it's been a nice way to kind of connect with folks on a different governing board. What we decided to do was to have a survey, an interest survey, to understand better what the community, what schools, what educators, families, what their vision of Whole Child, Whole Community is. Because we can say it, we came up with it as a committee, but what does that mean for our families? What does that mean for our students and for folks who don't have kids in the district, right? Even business owners. And so I will send out the survey link to Dr. Williams tomorrow in the hopes that whenever you all send out your parent information and information to the staff that they can receive it, it'll be open for a few months, but we'll come together. So some of the questions on there, I had it pulled up, but because our network, it came up. It's here. Well, mine is. I don't know about. But some of the questions we ask are, like what topics matter to them most when you think about whole child, whole community, like the well-being of children, and they have a list of things to choose from. How would they like to engage with us? As we're going to do some community engagement around this, and so it could be people want to meet virtually, they want to meet one-on-one, or focus groups. So we're just collecting data to understand more how people want to engage, so that we can design some engagement opportunities. Now that we have USC coming in, I think it'll be advantageous of our City Schools Committee to figure out how we leverage the data that they're also providing and some of the focus groups that they'll be having. So the survey will be out, and I would like for folks to share it and complete it. Thank you. You want to add to that, Trustee Coble-Smith? No.
Vice President Rocha?
I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Yeah. Trustee Cobo-Smith. Trustee Caldwell, this is again like a chance to kind of like for you, it's kind of like an open talking session, honestly. So anything to share?
Well, I'm again, ecstatic really to have this position. I think it's really great again to have the opportunity to express students. It is interesting that I do represent apparently over 15,000 students, and it's interesting that as as a student board member, I represent the district at large, which I learn at our orientation, which is interesting. So it's been really interesting for me, and I think it's been a good experience. I put myself in the shoes of over 15,000 students, because I know for elected full school board members, you guys have specific constituencies, right? But in representing a district at large, I'm really glad I've had this opportunity to really empathize with, right? To feel and to try to best reflect the values and well-being of so many distinct individuals, persons, and people who need different things. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity, to do that. It's been fulfilling, the first meeting so far. I mean, it's been quite a marathon, like I said earlier, but at the same time, it's been a fulfilling one. At the end of a marathon, you feel good, you feel, like you accomplished something. Thank you again. I also wanted to mention in terms of what I actually have done. I mentioned it earlier that after I was elected, I put out a survey to my constituents, and so the plan is, I don't know, I think every 2 weeks we are scheduled to have a meeting. So my plan is maybe once a month I'd like to resend out a survey to just sort of see what people at my school want. And because it's online, I'm going to see if I can get the other student board trustees to I'll send them the survey so they can send it to their schools, right? Maybe we can try to send it out. Maybe we can develop one that we use as a school board, like a uniform one. Send it out to all the schools, so all the middle schools and high schools to actually know how to use QR codes, right? And so we can get, because besides $200,000 USC contracts, right? I think that surveys like that, anonymous ones, we can send to everyone. That's, with the digital age, I think taking advantage of technology like that would be really good. We can get, a sense anonymously of, students who may not be able to come to meetings, right? But they can, actually give their input and feedback through that, and I think that's a good way to ensure equitable representation. I also have held a town hall. So my last town hall, it was really fun. I got to talk to people. People did, like, where's the Wi-Fi, where's this, where's that? But it was really cool, and it was a great opportunity to interact with the public, right? To interact with people who I represent, right? And so I wanted to, say thanks again. Then when I get to speak with the other student board trustees, I'll also bring up the possibility of that with them. Then also the possibility of coordinating with them to better survey our students and better represent our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, I'll just,
Sorry, I do want to go back and ask a question. Our superintendent, remember we talked about the the safety committee that you were working on? Do you have any information as yet? Can you give it to us on Friday? Yes. And also parent engagement, I know you had some thoughts. Are you coming back with some kind of plan? Thank you. That's all I need to know.
And then I'll just share the book that I have for today. So at just about every single board meeting, I'll always share a children's book that I really enjoy. And so today it's called My Path by Jana Curl. And it's about this snail who's figuring out their own path, because everyone's got a different path that's different. Everyone's got a path that's unique, and you just got to figure out which one is right for your own. And so I think the animation, the illustration's actually very great, and it was a fun read. So. And again, I always share these because I'm also happy to read these to any classes, or I'm really trying to get rid of these. So if any of our staff is listening, if I come by, I'll let you keep it. I'm not trying to build a massive collection of children's books. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Oh, may I?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
I move approval.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yes,
Oh,
Trustee
sorry, I
Carter.
had one more thing I wanted to mention. Two other things that my constituents brought up, which I wanted to mention, were one was I was wondering what the feasibility would be of. I know obviously with possible allergies, but having a emotional support pets being allowed for a day or in a specific designated area of a school. Not like a school petting zoo, obviously, but having that as no, not nothing crazy like that, but maybe hypoallergenic dogs, for instance, something like that being allowed in specific areas, because I know students, for instance, at Doja Libby, we've had really strong mental health initiatives. We have Be the Change. We've had a lot of really impactful ones. So something that has come up recently. A lot of people have emotional support animals, especially hypoallergenic ones. So I think that possibly allowing that or discussing that as an opportunity to increase mental health awareness at our schools would be solid. And then another thing was possibly something I've heard at our school and also other schools are bathrooms. Bathroom policy, because bathrooms right at schools should be a safe space, but oftentimes they're not. Oftentimes they're breeding grounds for things you wouldn't exactly want in a bathroom, and then for instance that leads to repercussions. Sometimes at our school, for instance, bathrooms are closed. So if you have to get, for instance, our passing periods are 5 minutes to get from class to class. And Doja Libby is a relatively small school, but if you want to go to the bathroom, you have to go, if they close one bathroom, you have to go to a different side of campus completely, and it just creates a whole kerfuffle, right? That leads you to be, late to class. Then you get, tardy and, detention. It's just not, it's not sustainable having bathroom policy. So I'd like us to, if we can, maybe reevaluate or rediscuss something like that next meeting.
Yeah, so it would kind of encourage us to think, both work with Superintendent Williams, with Lindsay, and then, you're always welcome to reach out to us as board members too, to kind of figure out whether something is district-wide or something Dozer Libby-wide. So some of these sound a little bit more Dozer Libby oriented, and so that may be something to work with the principal there versus thinking about if you wanted to talk more or think about mental health initiatives across all our high schools, that may be something that makes more sense for us as a board to discuss. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And then also, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Then also remember, you have a whole team. So you have your colleagues who are student trustees as well, and then you also have the superintendent student advisory committee. And so that may be the space where some of the initiatives will start to arrive, right? It's late, but some of the initiatives you can work on and then bring forth to the board meeting and have further discussion. But we will have further discussion. But you've done an amazing job today. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Colwood. And you stayed to the end.
I got 5 more minutes left in me, so let's finish up.
Well, the good news is that we are done, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Great, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the motion passes.